welcome and thank you to all of you for being here. I'm Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney. I represent the 101st Assembly District, and I thought just before we introduce everybody, we might stand just for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to be getting used to this sensitive mic. Just wanted to introduce some of my colleagues and some of the people who are here participating. To my right is Assemblyman Mark Butler, and Mark Butler and I are the hosts of this event. He represents Herkimer, Fulton, Montgomery. He can tell you where. All over. We both
Hamilton,
have
St. Lawrence, Oneida.
We have long districts, and also we're really honored to have, to my immediate left is Assemblyman Ed Ra, sorry. Ed Ra is Assemblyman in Long Island area, and also with him is Assemblyman Al Graff, and Al Graff is also from Long Island. Both are members of the Education Committee, and Al Graff also is the sponsor of a bill to basically, he'll get into his bill. I'm going to let him talk about that at some point. And just to let you know, a few people that are here, Deb Cialdo is over in the audience, Mark Butler's Chief of Staff. From our Assembly office, we also have, where he is, Ken Ronk, who is our Regional Coordinator from the Hudson Valley, along with Sarah Murray, who's going to be doing the timing, Kyle Ketchum, Rob Regani, and Josh Nagy, who are all from our Assembly Resources and Research. Just wanted to first say thank you for coming again, but what we're trying to do is get your input and hear what you have to say as parents, teachers, I don't know whoever else is in the audience, and give you a chance to speak out on this issue and actually, so we can take your thoughts, your ideas, respond to them as well. And you also will have a right to ask questions, and then also give you a chance for us to take that feedback with us to Albany to see what we can do with trying to amend or change or make this situation a little easier for all of us and parents. So with that, I thought what we'd do is start to take questions from you, or give everybody a chance. Maybe Mr. Butler would like to say a few introductory remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Claudia. I'm pleased to join you, and again, thank everyone for being here with us this afternoon and this evening. I have to tell you, I thought the governor made a curious statement last night. He was asked about Common Core, and he said the implementation of it has been problematic, but it's going to be up to the legislature and the Board of Regents to resolve any problems that they see with it. Well, you know, I don't know how we're going to know. I mean, we're generalists. We're supposed to know a little bit about a lot of things. We rely on the Board of Regents. We rely on educational professionals to tell us what's going on, and we're hearing very clearly from parents, from educators, that there's a problem with Common Core. We've yet to find out how deep it goes. Certainly, I think there is some concurrence that the implementation of it has been poorly handled. I would also say that I had the honor or the problematic issue of attending a hearing last night on In Bloom, the data warehousing aspect of this whole debacle, and you know, after several hours, it just became very painful. I mean, getting to the whole notion of where this was going in terms of security of students and the value of this, and I think that's a problem many of us have, and I think that's a problem you have. You go to forums, you go to hearings to try and find out, and somebody stands up here at the front and lectures you on why we need this and why it's good for you. We're kind of doing that in reverse today. We want to hear from you, so when we go back to Albany when session begins after January, we'll know what we're talking about. We'll know the concerns that we're carrying on behalf of our constituents. And if there is a movement towards some kind of reform of this or repeal or whatever we ultimately decide to do, we'll be armed with the facts and the information. So we appreciate your being here. I think it's important that you're here, and I think the information we're going to get tonight will be very valuable to us as those deliberations go forward next year.
Thank you. Just two quick things. I just wanted to mention that the district superintendent, Howard Mettleman, is actually here as well, so we welcome him. And also, Howard reminded me that I'm supposed to tell you where all the exits are in the building. If you see the exit signs, there's doors out, and the bathrooms are out in the back, all along the back wall there. Just make sure you know, in case we have an emergency, you know where you're going. Just want to point that out before I introduce Ed Ra. Ed Ra is the ranker. He's the Republican ranker on the Assembly Education Committee, and he's got a few things. He's been doing these forums all over the state, so I'm going to give him a minute to tell you a little bit about what's been going on.
All right, thank you, Claudia. Just quickly, by way of putting this forum in context into what we've been doing throughout the state. About 6 weeks ago, myself, Assemblyman Graff, began a series of forums. Today will be our 8th that we've done. We started down on Long Island, where we're from, and we've worked our way around the state. We have a few more stops next week after Thanksgiving. And basically what we've been trying to do is make sure that all different areas of the state have their opportunity to have their voice heard. There's a lot of public events going on with this. The state education department is doing their forums, but we haven't seen a lot of these things being done in a format that's really conducive to letting the people speak rather than letting the policymakers speak. And really, this should be about letting the people speak and give us their feedback as to what's going on in their classrooms, be they a teacher, in their children's classrooms, be they a parent, or whatever other perspective they have on this. And that's really how public policy should be made. It's hearing from the people that are going to be most directly affected by any particular policy that really should give us in the state legislature reason to move forward with something, tweak something, or whatever. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. We've had really good conversations throughout the state, but we've had a pretty common thread of frustration with this because there's something very ironic going on here in that this is kind of a standardization movement, but at the same time, the rollout has been very, very uneven. From neighboring districts, one next to the other, to regions of the state, it's been very, very uneven, and it's caused a great deal of frustration from professionals working in education to the students who are, getting frustrated both with the classes and the tests and feeling a lot of anxiety and all that. So we're here to listen to you and hope that we can take your voices and carry them with us as we try to make meaningful change in this area and give our students the best possible education we can in New York State. So thank you to my colleagues for hosting us today.
Thank you, Ed. And also I'd like to introduce and give Assemblyman Al Graff, who sits right next to me in the Assembly, a chance to make a few comments as well.
Well, one of the things I've seen is I've got a heavy Long Island accent, and Claudia and Mark have graciously said they would translate for anybody that doesn't get mine. But with that said, I put in a bill in June to withdraw from Common Core and Race to the Top. And the idea behind it was to get a conversation going. And trust me, we've gotten a conversation going throughout the entire state. Now, what I can tell you from what I've seen so far, I do have a degree in elementary education. I don't know who wrote this, okay? I've looked through it. I found it to be not age appropriate. I found it not to be developmentally appropriate. And I have parents that are telling me 3 hours of homework, that their kids are crying, that the kids who love school don't want to go to school anymore, right? And some of the questions that I've had about the curriculum, I know you saw me playing with my phone, but the reason that I'm playing with my phone was I pulled up, if I can find it, and I just wanted to give you an example before we start, all right? First grade curriculum. Locate the area known as Mesopotamia on a world map and globe and identify it as part of Asia. They're 6 years old. Really? Okay. And there's a bunch of other stuff here. Describe Babylon, the city of Babylon and the Hanging Gardens. And they have one. Anybody here know who Hatshepsut is? One. Two. Sorry. It's a pharaoh in ancient Egypt. Now our kids are supposed to know that.
Did you pronounce that right?
Yes, there were 3 of us with doctorates trying to figure out how to pronounce his person's name. That's what we came up with, so hopefully we're right. What is it? Okay. There you go. But anyway, just to give you an idea, that's some of the stuff that we're looking at. We're looking at how this is affecting your children. We're looking how it's affecting your classroom, and basically how it's affecting your home life. You know, and we want to get your input to see what you think. If other people might believe that that's appropriate for first grade. I haven't met too many. But with that, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Alan. I've been sitting next to or in front of Al for 3 years, and I didn't know he had a degree in elementary education. I do know that he's a former New York City cop, and he's also a lawyer. So he's got all those 3 things either going for or against him, not sure to what extent. But with that, we'd like to open it up to the floor for questions or your comments. And just a little bit about the rules. We allow you for 5 minutes for your initial presentation. And we do allow you, if you want, you can ask questions of the panelists, and we'll try to do our best to answer them. We're just trying to give everybody a chance to speak, but if you could just, at the end of your 5 minutes, ask a question, and then we could maybe ask you a question or 2, and then we'll just try to keep it moving along. The first person who RSVP'd, who will be speaking, is Patricia Lang, 8th grade ELA teacher, I believe. I don't know if she's here.
Yeah.
Here she is. No? Okay. You can if you want to speak up here.
And the mic.
We won't scare you. Yeah.
And if you have a written copy of your statement, we'd appreciate it, because we're putting this all together to compile a report that we're going to be handing off to the Education Committee after all our forums are done.
Thank you.
I did actually put the copies. I thought that.
Okay. Okay.
And you're good? Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. I'm a little nervous that I didn't expect
You don't have to speak if you don't want to speak, but if you can just maybe highlight what you wanted to say if you've already submitted your statement. I don't know.
Yeah, I would like to highlight.
Okay.
I'm just used to grown-ups, so.
We meet that standard.
Do you want to shoot that wild?
What?
When I first, over the summer, I received a congratulatory text that my scores were the highest in the county, and I was kind of surprised because I had a group that was somewhat weak.
Where do you teach? Do you mind if I ask?
Oh, sorry. I teach 8th grade English. I have 54 students, and I also have 124 AIS students that I see.
Which school district?
At West Canada Valley.
Oh, West Canada, okay.
District. So I was surprised, and then when I looked at my scores, I was shocked because it said that just 35% of my kids had passed. And I thought, wow, if that's the best in the county and higher than the state average, then we must really be in trouble. And then I saw the media hype, things are different this year, it's a baseline score. And with that, I will concur, things are certainly different this year. In the past, we always had access to state test questions, and we used those productively. My building principal, Mr. Sutliff, was very good about using Cognos to compile information, to take the test questions. We met on a monthly basis by grade level, and we looked at those questions, and we talked about our kids, and we talked about what can we do better for them, and how can we improve our teaching, how can we use these tests and these scores to improve our teaching. And while since, I guess 2 years ago, maybe 3, the test questions have become the state's dirty little secret, with the exception of the pineapple in the hair, of course, which was released to the press before the test was even scored. So that's a change, that's what's different, and I don't see it as a good difference. Also in the past, we had curriculum mapping teams. We met with a spirit of collegiality to plan our curriculums, and I was fortunate enough, well, I say fortunate, in the summer of 2011, I went to a Common Core Network team meeting in Albany, and I I had mustered up the courage, you can see I'm not very courageous, but I mustered up the courage to speak with Commissioner King myself, because I wanted to ask him, you know, these curriculum maps that we've been realigning to match the Common Core standards, I wanted to ask him, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't for naught, because I'd heard rumors that we were getting a canned curriculum. And I wanted to make sure that all the work that we had put into it wouldn't be tossed out. And so I asked him, and he assured me, no, that we would be able to use our own curriculums in our classroom.
Can you hold on one
Sorry,
second?
I'm talking fast, I'm nervous.
Can we get a table and some chairs? This is more of a conversation. I don't want people
Oh,
to be
I'm
nervous.
sorry.
Do you mind if I get you a table and a chair so you can relax and just talk to us?
I guess I was surprised then when that very fall, I came into school and I was marched down to Herkimer County BOCES, and I was given a curriculum courtesy of Bill and Melinda Gates, and that was my curriculum. That was what I was instructed to use for that year. And I have to say that it was not grade level appropriate. It wasn't totally aligned to the Common Core, and it didn't at all match the interdisciplinary projects that we had developed over the many years that I've been fortunate enough to work at West Canada. So that was that year. Then this past year, I received another shipment. These are the modules.
Okay.
I have a whole stack of them in a corner collecting dust in my room. I'm not using the module.
Okay.
I teach 8th grade. I know that I need to engage my students, and I know that, well, To Kill a Mockingbird is there. That's done in 9th grade, and the omnivore's dilemma just isn't going to do it for my 8th graders. So I'm using the curriculum that I had in place. I have real issues with the curriculum that's being provided, and I just, if I could give you a quick example of that. I teach a novel. It's called Nightjar. It's a Gary Paulson. It's a quick read. The Lexile level, the reading level, may very well be 3rd grade. However, the content level involves the forced breeding of slaves in the breeding shed, and as soon as the girls have their menstrual cycle, it involves slave punishments like cutting off middle toes, and it involves also one of the slaves is castrated. And so I was surprised when my building level principal, we were having this discussion of modules, and he said, well, you know, you're doing Nightjar, and that's on a 3rd and 4th grade reading level for one of the curriculum programs, not the one that we are using, but one that's available online. And to me, that illustrates what's wrong with having publishing companies instead of educators develop curriculum. Because while the Lexile level might be appropriate, the content clearly isn't. I mean, my 8th graders have a hard time wrapping their heads around that. And so this curriculum we're being mandated to use, that's a difference that I see is not a good one either this year. And the final thing is my students. This past year was the first year I had students cry. They didn't have enough time to complete the test. 90 minutes a day for 3 days straight wasn't enough time. There was too much material. It was miscalculated. My very brightest students were trying to finish and couldn't, and one of my colleagues said, well, just have them fill in anything so the lines are full so that they can at least grade something. And I said, no, my students are conscientious, thoughtful students, and they're conscientious, thoughtful writers. And I said to them, you write until the time is up and close your book. And many of them didn't finish, and it was frustrating for them, and it was heartbreaking to watch. In my opinion, you know, I've heard, my issue isn't so much with the standards, but I believe that the way they're being implemented right now is disastrous. I think it's awful. And, you know, it's been compared to, building the airplane while it's in flight. Well, I think of it in relation to the advice I gave my students. I feel like the state is trying to fill in the lines to meet a deadline, and it's not working. And I'm not sure what I can ask you to do about that. But I would say if there's some way to stop the testing, because it's hurting students, at least for now, because it's inappropriate and it's hurting students and it's not helping us.
Right. Now, that's a stand back, coming back, saying, okay, we'll accept this, that, okay, the standards aren't that bad, but the standards are part of all of this. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Right.
I mean, so this is like, that's sort of like a compromise position, that the standards, we can live with the standards. But, I mean, if you've looked at it, I believe the standards work their way backwards, from college down, and they're not in line. That's the problem. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I feel that with years' worth of scaffolding and building, our students are capable of reaching them, but it's going to take years.
Yeah, but it should be developmentally appropriate at each stage.
And right now it's not.
And then you teach in a classroom. Do you have an inclusion classroom?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the material that you've seen with the inclusion classroom, does it address kids with learning disabilities or kids with IEPs, or does it basically leave them floundering behind, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think it leaves everyone floundering behind.
Right.
And I think it's very difficult for students with disabilities and with the IEPs, and especially these modules that we're receiving, they're totally scripted. So like spend 15 minutes on this, spend 20 minutes on this. My AIS kids, they're all marching to a different beat. There is no scripted way to present this material to them. So I would say that, in terms of using the modules, absolutely not. It doesn't work.
All right. How many teachers do we have in the room? Don't be a... Okay. With that, I'm going to use you to go here. The way I was taught, okay, I went to Plattsburgh to get my education, in elementary education. And how I learned was we always teach to the middle of the class. You teach to the middle, then what we may do is give seat work. And that reinforces what we just taught. We may give kids that are a little more advanced, a little tougher work just to keep them engaged so they're not bored. But then that gives us an opportunity to go back to the kids that didn't learn, right, or didn't get the concept, to actually work with them on a more individual basis. And from what I see, and children all learn differently. Some are textual, they have to write it down. Some, it's auditory, they have to hear it a lot in order for it to go. And the other one, it's visual, they have to look at it. And what I'm finding is Common Core here, it prohibits a teacher from actually using that model. And these building blocks that these kids are losing, all right, they're never going to be able to catch up. The teachers, anybody disagree with that? Teachers in the room? Okay, so, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. When I'm looking at the curriculum, when I'm looking at the modules, when I'm looking at just Common Core in general, okay? Because let's be honest, if you're doing what they're telling you to do, you don't need a teaching degree, okay? We can have a visual teacher up there and just, and give out the instructions and hand out the handouts. Teaching it's a craft. It's a skill, all right? And what we're doing is taking that skill out of teaching with Common Core. You agree?
I would agree with you, yes,
Okay.
at least as far as how, again, we're being asked to implement it, for sure. I really feel like when we were taking the Common Core and we were using our curriculums and revising them, we at least stood a chance to use our craft. And I also went to Plattsburgh too, by the way. But we at least stood a chance. Now we don't even have a chance. That's how I feel.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. First of all, what you just said, I think is exactly where this should have been in terms of developing a curriculum. It's taking the professionals, letting them come up with something that I'm sure would have been a far superior product than what's getting thrown up on Engage New York on a regular basis. But you mentioned scaffolding and having the time over the years for this to go in, and you teaching at 8th grade, I think, is a good person to ask this question to, because we all know this was developed backwards. They went to what they wanted you to know at college and worked backwards through each grade. And when this now has been put into, the entire educational realm, in grade school all at once, you're kind of making an assumption that that 8th grader learned something in 7th grade and 6th grade and 5th grade, so on down, that they didn't, because this is all brand new. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us what your experience has been in terms of having to go back and hit things that now are expected under the Common Core standards at the lower grade levels.
Well, it is. It's very frustrating. And the thing is that you can't just hand someone a book of a higher Lexile level and say, here you go, now you're meeting the Common Core standards, and it's that easy. There's a big part of this that's the close reading, where it's reading over and over just to try to attempt to get meaning out of it. And at the 8th grade level, I'm telling you, you can't engage students and try to do that, in my opinion. So it's very frustrating and very difficult for a regular ed student, and like I said, for a student with disabilities, it's even more difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, and I guess I'm a little baffled about the whole language there. The standardized test, you're actually testing on the Common Core standards or Common Core curriculum with a standardized test?
I believe last year it was Common Core. Well, at one year it was going to turn over from the regular standards to Common Core.
So as a result of these standardized tests, there are 4 levels? 4 levels? Or,
grade levels?
well, I mean, you get graded 4, 3, 2.
Yeah.
All right. I guess my question is, if you or your students or your school get 1s and the 2s, who crafts the remediation program? Where does the remediation come from? Because it sounds like that's done in the cloud and not at a local level, where I think it ought to be. Where does efforts at remediation, when these standardized tests identify some deficiency, who makes the plan to resolve that or solve the problems that become apparent?
In my case, at my district, I do, because I have AIS grade 7 through 11. So I've come up with a program at each grade level, and my overall goal is the LA 11, because they need that to graduate.
So it's not Bill and Melinda Gates that are sending you a remedial packet for your 1s and 2s?
That could be in the cards.
Okay, that's
I mean, that would be maybe the next step. Or right now we're using the American company, so they'll probably having our modules.
The America company.
I believe, let me make sure, America company or America.
Now, do they have access to these test results and, some of this information about the students? Okay.
No, about my particular students, no, they do not, no.
Not through the In Bloom program or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments.
Thanks.
Thank you. Very good. Next is Sue Niebuhr. Did I pronounce it right? Sort of. Niebuhr. Niebuhr, okay.
Well, I prepared something, but that sounded so eloquent. I'm feeling a little insignificant. I wasn't sure exactly what you were looking for, but I know that a lot of teachers have not necessarily had voices, simply because you're struggling between supporting your district and your students. And so I decided that I would at least voice some of my concerns that I have, or questions. But I am a teacher and a mom, and obviously a concerned person, citizen. And I do have some questions about the driving forces behind this education reform. And while I have those, because I continue to educate myself about this, I am most concerned about the impact that it is having on the most important people involved, and that is our children. And they are the ones who continue to suffer with the testing and the anxiety that they get from trying to meet these new standards. And just from the stress of all of the pressure that they have to try to feel like they are achieving. Because right now, there are many who are not. And when they got their scores, I know a lot of parents probably didn't share that, but a lot of students this year were put into AIS, that some of my own personal students that I don't believe belonged there. The Common Core standards, I don't think were created with the best interests of our children in mind. And I do think that they are tied, the standards and the assessments that are tied to these standards are actually a detriment right now. As an educator, I have seen firsthand the impact that it has had on my students. The Common Core claims that it supports a rigorous curriculum, but from teaching the modules this year, which I did teach for one module for each grade level, they were designed to support these higher standards, I don't agree that they are more rigorous. And they are centered around nonfiction texts that tie into novels that are not necessarily challenging. And there's more time spent reading nonfiction and discussing the nonfiction and rereading the nonfiction than actually spent on discussing the novels themselves. And although they explained that these modules are only meant as a guide and not as a scripted curriculum, they are written as such a scripted curriculum. I'm
sorry, I hate to interrupt, but what grade level?
I teach 7th and 8th grade English.
All right, thank you.
And although they say that you can adopt or adapt or ignore, the fact remains that a lot of people are trying to, or were thinking they needed to adopt them based on trying to meet the new standards. Since they were created to support the standards, using those modules people believed would ensure that the standards are met and therefore the students would achieve better scores. And regardless of whether or not they chose to use it, the idea that we supported these modules as good curriculum, I have a problem with that. I don't find them to be good curriculum at all. Since the teachers and students are graded on these, a lot of classroom time is spent in a different way, and it is spent focusing on building these particular skills. These are not the only valuable skills, learning how to read nonfiction text, learning how to write with support and support a claim with text-based support. Those are not the only things. We are now missing all of the time that we would spend on enriching discussion in the classroom on literature. We don't do as much poetry. We don't have time for that. We have to really prepare our kids and focus them on meeting the standards that are going to be actually assessed. And those are the ones that are high stakes for us and for our students. That's the only things that they're assessed on. I also have a concern as a mom. I've watched my kids cry at the table when they are trying to do their homework, and they don't understand it. They are 1st and 2nd grade, and therefore some of these things are not appropriate for them. They do find there's frustration for them, and that is something that I don't really like to see with them. I want them to be happy and enjoy learning, and that doesn't seem to be the case on many days.
Question. How old are your kids?
I have a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 16-year-old.
God bless.
A couple of them escaped the Common Core, so that was all good.
The 6-year-old. Now, when she was in kindergarten and stuff, she liked school. She enjoyed school.
Yeah.
What are her feelings right now?
She still likes school. Her teachers are phenomenal, or her teacher is phenomenal, and they do try to keep the kids happy and learning and stuff. And she's a pleaser, so anytime she likes to read, those are good things. When she comes home, she wants to get her homework done, but she does sense frustration. And one day she was sick, and she said, well, I can't miss because I'm going to have too much homework.
Now, 1st grade?
She's in 1st grade this year.
Okay. And how much homework does she have each night?
She's actually pretty good. She probably only has 20 minutes a night and then some reading. She's not doing the modules. They're doing something a little bit different in our primary grades.
Okay, how about the 7-year-old?
He has a little bit more, but most of those are, he could spend probably close to an hour doing work, but I only make him do a few of the pages. They're more optional. The way that his teacher has done it. He does not enjoy it as much as he did before. They used to like to learn a lot more. They liked going to school. Right now, they still like going to school as far as recess is concerned and lunch, but the engagement in the classroom is probably not as strong as before.
Well, a lot of the kids that I'm hearing getting 3 hours of homework a night.
Well, no, I have to say, in my district, that is not the case, but I do also, both of my kids are strong students. They are very, if this was a student who was struggling, I could see it taking a lot longer. I mean, she gets frustrated, but she also has a lot of help with me or the older children.
Okay, thank you.
What school district are you in?
New Hartford.
New Hartford. And which, you teach at what?
New Hartford.
At New Hartford, okay. My question is, so in determining your curriculum, are you given the books that you have to now teach, or do you have a
Are you talking about
choice?
this year?
Yeah, the new, under Common Core, did you have a choice before?
We had choice before,
Okay.
and we actually still do. Our district chose to, at least at my level, at the
Okay.
7th and 8th grade level, we decided we would go ahead and try the modules. It was the idea that let's understand this is what they're saying the Common Core is. This is what's going to meet those standards. Let's try it and see how it is. And none of the teachers that I work with in 7th or 8th grade were happy with it. They were not well written. They were focused on nonfiction. They were not focused on literature. It was, the kids were bored. And I actually had one of my students who I had in 7th grade said to me, "Why is English so boring this year?"
What kind of nonfiction books?
Well, it wasn't nonfiction
Is it, are they books? What is the?
Yeah, they actually
I can't imagine taking 7th and 8th grade English and reading nonfiction.
Well, in 8th grade, it's not a nonfiction book.
Right.
It is, the literature piece is called Inside Out and Back Again.
Okay.
And it is about Vietnam. So all of the text that we use, the nonfiction texts, were based on Vietnam for the most part. And in 7th grade, the module that we used, it was A Long Walk to Water. That was the text, and it was about Sudan, and it was about the Dinka and Nuer tribes. So a lot of the nonfiction had to do with that. And it was the nonfiction that I would say was what the lessons were about for the most part. We would read, reread, analyze, summarize, and the kids were bored to tears. And so our district, in hearing that, we are adapting our other units and trying to incorporate more of the Common Core standards.
Do you find that the reading, well, it's kind of early to tell, but do you notice that the choices that you have, that this emphasis on nonfiction or not really literature helps or hurts the ability of children to read and discover and imagine? And
Oh, well, that was I didn't get to it because
Right.
I got sidetracked, but the biggest thing the kids are missing now is that creativity, that imagination. On our assessments, voice is not valued. Therefore, it is not, you can actually teach a child to write a topic sentence, gather details for support in a concluding sentence, and they can do okay on a scoring guide. But that doesn't include voice. So their imagination is not really engaged in their development of voice and independent thought, I don't think. It's always looking for support. They don't just generally it's not nurturing for the imagination or creativity at all. That's my experience so far.
If I could just for a second go back to this whole notion of the modules. Do you have any conception of who developed them, how they were developed? Is there a commercial aspect? Are they promoting a certain provider of educational services with these, or?
I'm not sure. I've only had experience with the 2 modules that I taught in 7th and 8th grade. I don't know who developed them. I don't remember the companies. There's 2 of them on Engage New York. I know that's
Yes.
the ones that we use were from Engage New York. And I know there's the Odell company that had one of them, and I don't know what the other one is, to be honest. I can't remember.
The reason I keep coming back to this, as I said, we had a hearing on In Bloom and the data warehousing, and they said the philosophy behind that is to make your job easier because you had all these choices, curriculum choices and remediation, and if they can get it all together in one place, they can tell you what you need to fix it, and I don't like that direction.
In the modules, there is no room for remediation. It actually says congratulate them on mastering this. I mean, they tell you what to say, and that apparently everybody gets to master that skill all at once. And
Well,
there's no differentiation at all.
I thought one of the most important things you had to say is you didn't have time to teach everything you wanted to get to. I mean, you know, this is supposed to be enriching our kids, and I think you're having to take shortcuts on the things you want to teach them, and I think it's actually damaging their education. Not every kid does the same things the same way as the kid sitting next to them.
And our students who have learning disabilities, I think, are really seeing the most. It's very detrimental to them because you can't slow down for them. And really the only time I have with them is if they have a free period when I have a free period, so I can go over that. And they're the ones who need that extra time. And it's just not written in that way.
Is it actually a script?
Oh, there's a
Like
script.
you read, you know, good morning class, put my apple, you know, put the apple on my desk, you know what I mean?
There are moments of that, and it will say 18 minutes for this, and they say it's not a script, but there are scripted things. Like, make sure you say this at this time. There was one point when, you know, and I had a student teacher this year, and I apologized to her for the fact that she had to come right out of college, and, you know, she's all excited about this, but you're going to teach the module. And we would have this discussion, and at one point she said, I'm so frustrated because I know they just didn't get that, but there's no time to go back. I said, no, we have to make time. We're gonna go back and do it. And she said, well, it says here I have to say, give the definition of communism. And I said, okay. I said, is there anything else that we have to do? And she said, no, they just say it. And I said, well, that doesn't give them any details. That doesn't help. There's no connection. It's just, so I stopped and I said, does anybody understand this? And they're like, we have no idea. We know it's out there, but we don't know what it means. So they don't have any, you know what I mean? That's kind of, so there are scripts like that. Say this, give them this. This is the vocab you have to do. Yeah. I mean, it is written as a script, like somebody could go in and do it.
Did New Hartford adopt the modules? It was an optional.
It was, every grade level, I think that they decided what was going to work. So
Okay.
It was the grade level, and our superintendent of curriculum, we decided how we were going to approach it, as far as I know. And I can only speak from what I know of in my classroom and who I work with. And it was decided, he did allow us to go back because we kept giving feedback, and he said, okay, from here on, let's go with adapting instead of adopting.
How many years have you been teaching?
15 or so, I think.
So,
Sorry.
so has there been a big change
Oh, there's
in what
definitely.
you've had to do from, you know, the last 15 years till now?
Oh, yeah. And as far as my educational background when I got my degree was years before that. And so just the way that I was taught how kids think and how to teach kids and how to reach out to kids, yeah, things have definitely changed, you know, more than once along the way. But this is the one area of concern I seem to have the greatest attachment to, because I feel like all creativity is going to be lost, and we're going to lose our poets and our writers and all the things that we have always valued. So.
Well, I think it goes beyond that too, because
Sure.
I remember teaching, and I had a kid at 5th grade who couldn't do the 9's times table, and I taught him how to do it on his fingers. And it was like I gave him the keys to the city. You just see a light go on in their eye. And I think that we're dimming those lights, you know, when it comes to our kids' education. And you're not going to be able to do that because they're not giving you the opportunity to get creative, to make it personal. You know, a lot of times it's a personal connection, you know, that you have to make in order for this stuff to become real.
Right.
And for them to use it. And what I'm seeing is we're walking away from that.
There is a general walking away from that connection, and one of the things we always say is that the kids have to know you care before, you know, you can even engage them, and I don't know that they sense that right now, because it really is a lot of focus on the testing, and you're just not able to take the time out and really engage them and find the things that interest each of them in the same way that you would have been in the past. And you know, like I said, for me as a teacher, I fear, but for me as a parent, watching what my kids are going to go through, I am definitely concerned.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for
Thank you.
speaking.
Next speaker is Michael Jacobs Misolovich. Miolovich, okay. It's a J, Miolovich. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
I'm Michael. I was never going to learn to talk, to make friends, to get married, or live on my own. Or at least that's what the experts that diagnosed me with autism told my parents. Clearly those experts were wrong. I am an 8th grade student at West Canada Valley, and I am on the high honor roll. I love learning, and until recently, I loved school. One of the main reasons I enjoyed school so much is because of the creativity of my teachers and their ability to make classes fun and interesting. However, since our school started following the Common Core standards developed by the experts, my teachers haven't had time to be as creative as they once were. They talk about the test a lot. They hand out worksheet after worksheet to prepare us for the test, and they have to teach quickly and make sure we're giving everything we need to know for the test. There isn't much time for fun projects where we get to research, create, and really show our talents. Teachers are stressed, the students are stressed, and school isn't much fun anymore. Speaking of stress, do you know what happens if I'm having anxiety during the test and I do poorly? I could be forced to attend AIS classes the following year and miss out on even more class time. Or worse, if enough students are having a bad day and do poorly, my teacher could lose his or her job. The test scores are not an accurate depiction of my abilities or the abilities of my awesome teachers. I am not a robot, my classmates are not robots, and we should not be tested as if we were. My teachers need to have control of the content in classroom so they can make learning fun and meaningful again. History is my favorite subject, especially World War II. After college, I plan to become a professor of World War II history at Harvard. That is, unless the experts try to take over higher education as well. If this happens, I want nothing to do with the education profession. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michael, just to let you know, I think you just became an internet star because this is a live
streaming.
feed and it's going all over the state. So, I want to applaud you. You did a great job. And, I think you're about to get a fan club that you never thought you'd have.
Fantastic. How did you come, what's your interest in World War II? And was that inspired by a teacher, your parents, or how did that happen?
Believe it or not, it was actually inspired by the Indiana Jones series of movies.
Very good. Are they in the Common Core curriculum?
Of course not.
Say your last name again.
Jacob Zmiolovic.
Miolovic. Are you Bosnian?
I am Croatian.
Croatian. Odlično. Yeah, go.
I don't know the language, but...
That's your next learning task. I actually do speak. Ja govorim malo Hrvatski, so.
Okay.
That was good, though. Very excellent. Anybody have any questions for him? Beautiful. That was really well done.
Very good.
No questions?
You want me to ask you a question about World War II? No. Actually, got you the question. I'd like to have you know, what grade are you in?
8.
Okay. So you're done. You're at the end of your, what would be the end of Common Core, or the 3 to 8 curriculum?
The end of middle school.
Right. So let me ask you something. How is this year differed from last year?
I feel like most of my teachers they've been seeming more stressed than usual. Well, of course they want us to do well, but it seems like it's not them teaching that is driving them, it's the Common Core people and their jobs that are driving them to teach.
Now, how did you do on the Common Core testing? Do you know?
I usually score in the 4s on my tests, but last year I opted out in the middle of my English exam.
Okay, when you say 4s, you mean on ELA and on the math testing?
Yes, on
okay.
ELA and math.
Okay.
I opted out in the middle of it, and my score was a 2, but thankfully I was able to opt out of AIS.
Could you give us your personal assessment, since you've actually taken a Common Core test, what the difference is?
The Common Core tests are...
Compared to what you took before, because you've been taking these since, 3rd grade, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the Common Core tests honestly are... How do I put this? they're longer and more stressful, and it seems like if they give us less time to do more work, considering how much is on each test.
Okay.
There used to be like 30 or 40 questions on a test, but now they go up to like 50 or 60 or even 70.
How much time do you have to take that?
Usually 90 minutes, but thanks to my IEP, I get double the time. So I usually get about like 3 hours to take the test.
How long does it take you to take the test? Well, you opted out though, right?
Yes, I opted
Okay.
out, but on average it usually takes me the allotted time that I normally would get, and in addition to that, about 10 or 20 minutes.
How do you feel that your other students are doing with that?
I feel bad for them.
No, you say that you had autism and that
Yes.
okay, and so you've developed are there other kids in your class that have that also who are struggling maybe? You've obviously done extremely well because you're very articulate.
I don't know if there's anybody in my grade that has, I don't know. Well, I don't know, but there might be some, but they probably they probably don't want to talk about it though.
Okay.
Michael, what's the environment like in your class with the other students? As far as this new way of teaching and stuff, are you guys talking to each other?
Yeah, we get time to talk to each other before the period starts, before the bell rings.
And what's the general consensus as far as this new method of teaching?
Sadly, in my grade, nobody seems to care about Common Core. They just want to get school over with and get out. And I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them that they can't see school in the way that I see it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela Howe. Hello.
First, I'd like to thank you all for being here and for giving me this opportunity to speak. And Assemblyman Graff, I have signed your petition, and I have shared it widely. My name is Pamela Howe. I am a parent in the New Hartford School District. My son is currently in 4th grade. I am an active member of Opt Out Central New York. I have done research on the Common Core and Race to the Top for a little over 2 years. I refused my son from both the math and the ELA state test last year. I'm here today because I believe that our children deserve more than a one-size-fits-all education. I believe in our teachers and their ability to teach and inspire children without following a scripted module. I believe the Common Core state standards problems have many layers. But given the time, I can only touch on a few. First would be the standards, the curriculum, the modules. From my experience with my own son and from talking with other parents and reading every day, they are developmentally inappropriate. They are focused on advanced critical thinking and interpretation of text that many kids simply cannot achieve at such a young age. Cognitively, young children lack the development to handle this type of rigid coursework, resulting in children being emotionally distraught, frustrated, overwhelmed, and they deem themselves as failures or stupid. Every day online, you see parents posting pictures of kids writing notes on their papers. I am stupid, I can't get this, Common Core sucks. I mean, it's terrible. There's a problem day after day when students cannot complete their own homework independently. Parents cannot even help them. Parents are frustrated, they're overwhelmed. The narrowing of curriculum diminishes both teacher and student creativity. It doesn't support authentic learning or foster an excitement for learning. Forcing all children to learn in the same way is wrong. We have plenty of research-based evidence from professionals that support this. Where is the research on Common Core? There is none. Zero. The creators have no idea how this will turn out. Bill Gates himself said it'll take 10 years before we know if it was a success or a failure. I'm sorry, I can't sit around and wait 10 years to find out if this is going to be helpful for my son or not. Our children are being used in some kind of experiment for profit. We teach our children from a very young, early age that we are all unique and wonderful individuals. We all have different strengths, talents, abilities, weaknesses. Yet now we send them to school and all are expected to read the same, comprehend the same, think the same, and respond the same. Carbon copies, if you will. Our children are not mechanical robots. Education is more than just math and ELA. The students need and deserve time for science, social studies, music, arts, sports, and recess. Believe it or not, some districts no longer have recess because of the Common Core, because there simply is no time. Many students we know that students need recess. It's one of the most beneficial parts of their day is to be able to get out and unwind, and how can we allow it to be taken away from them? I think it's important to talk about the modules. Many districts, many teachers are not getting the modules in an appropriate time frame. How can they properly prepare? Many of the modules are filled with errors, missing information. Some of the modules are still being written. They're not even available. We've heard time and time again from Commissioner King that districts don't have to use the modules or follow the modules verbatim, that it's up to the individual districts to decide. Many teachers are afraid to deviate from the modules due to the fact that the state tests are now aligned with their evaluations based on their students' state test scores. This is outrageous. One test cannot possibly measure the effectiveness of a teacher. It's insulting that the New York State Department of Education thinks that we are okay with this, because we are not. Too many of our best teachers are leaving the profession that they once loved. If the Common Core state standards are everything King and the State Ed Department says they are, why are they not answering our questions? Why are they not lining up in droves to send their children to public schools? I'll tell you why. Because they aren't in the least bit interested in the future educational success of our children. They don't care about our teachers, and they care even less about our children. They have proven this by not answering the questions and concerns of parents, educators, administrators, assembly people, senators from across the state. Assemblyman Thomas Avenanti said it best. He said, and I quote, "King is the master of avoiding answering questions." I couldn't agree more. Their total disdain and disregard for public process shows us loud and clear that they do not believe that they are subject to the same rules and regulations as you and me. The only thing on their minds is what corporate sponsor is going to next line their pocket. There's nothing going on here more than a politically charged agenda with our children being sacrificed. I cannot and will not stand by quietly and let my child or our children be used as leverage. It's wrong. Finally, I'd like to share my concerns about In Bloom and the sharing of student and personal data. Why is New York the only state left to sign on? I have watched both the state Senate education hearing on 11/13 and the more recent state assembly meeting on 11/20 on data sharing in their entirety. The questions raised were very valid concerns. 400 points of data to be uploaded per student to a cloud that they cannot guarantee the safety of. What is the purpose? One very important piece of information is missing from this data collection, and that is the state math and ELA test scores. Teachers are not allowed to see them, districts cannot see them, parents cannot see them, students cannot see them. They cannot be viewed in order to make modifications to the curriculum or drive instruction in the classroom. It doesn't make any sense. Why collect data when the most important element, according to state ed, is under lock and key? There's also no provision for parents to opt out of the data sharing. Parents have absolutely no say in the matter, and King said that data is necessary for the good and functioning of schools, districts, and states. It's funny to me how 49 other states are getting along just fine without signing on to In Bloom. They seem to understand the danger that this poses. Parents in America should have the absolute right and final say as to what kind of data and information on their child is to be shared. We are the only state in the country that even considered not giving parents the right to opt out of data sharing. The state ed department has built a brick wall for the last 2 years about this and has denied parents even the most minimal information, while at the same time giving away our students' personal data. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Hang on. We got questions for you.
Quickly, just on the data part, which you are 100% right about. Clearly, there's a reason why other states are doing things on this, and I do want you to know that the State Assembly has already passed 2 bills, one dealing with the release of personally identifying information, and one that would allow an opt-out procedure for parents. They've passed the State Assembly. My understanding on the Senate side is they are confident that there will be action taken on those in January, so hopefully we start to really stand up to protect the students' data, because what's going on here is just, if there are people out there, I'll tell you, as we've gone around the state on these, and if they were concerned on no other part of this, everybody should be alarmed about this part of it. So your concerns definitely are already being heard, and I hope that we will continue to do more on that to make sure we protect the data of children, because Al can tell you, his own local district was the one out on Long Island where some of the information ended up online already and everything. So, there's major concerns with this.
My 27-year-old son, or 29-year-old son, his data was compromised. My daughter's data was compromised. And one of the most alarming things is that certain students, their IAP was put online. So that's their medical information and everything else.
And there's also disciplinary records and things that are
Right.
also,
So
parents need to be aware.
now your son, how old is your son?
He's 9.
How many hours of homework is he doing a night?
I'm very lucky that, he's been accelerated since kindergarten. So he's done in about 15 or 20 minutes. However, a few of his friends come over a few nights a week, and we sit and do homework, and they're there for just about an hour.
Okay.
For one math worksheet.
Yeah, one of the things I know when I used to sub and stuff, and the parents would all run up to me and ask me how much homework that kid had, and my answer was always, I don't do homework, because I had 3 kids that all did figure skating, they did hockey, they did Boy Scouts, and I'm just hearing a lot of these parents are telling me that my kids, they're not doing this anymore because they're too wrapped up, they're too stressed. And the other thing, and as a parent, you're speaking to other parent, I'm hearing that parents are actually, with the stress and everything else, are actually getting their kids medicated to go to school.
Yes.
So
And I have an accelerated student. Here I am sitting at this table crying in front of complete strangers.
Well,
It's
look, you're not the only one.
Oh, I know.
This,
I know. I watch,
This is a concern all over the state. But I want to thank you for coming and talking to us.
Just a quick question, if I may, very briefly, or a comment. First of all, the hearing on In Bloom, you're absolutely right, but there was also and you may have heard me ask the commissioner and his deputy commissioner, there is an aspect to it, biographical information about the student that is there, and I ask what kinds of biographical information, questions about the parents, affiliations, socioeconomic. So they are really doing a very potential for a very extensive profile, and I find that very scary.
very scary.
Yeah, if you think about the data, Al's kids graduated 10 and 11 years ago, and their data is now out in the universe. That's just, it could go, who knows when it would end. That's the really the alarming part about it.
But you mentioned a couple things about corporate profits and profits, and again, I'm probably hearing the same kinds of things you're hearing. Could you go into a little more detail about what you mean by that? That are
Well-
individual companies developing these modules or having input into these modules? Is there a financial interest for them to have this accepted and used nationwide?
Absolutely. I mean, did anyone read the Albany newspaper last night? I mean, our own Regent Merle Tisch is contributing money. You know, there's a lot of them. There's Bill and Melinda Gates.
Well, I knew Bill and
Carnegie.
Melinda Gates are involved in. Is it Rupert Murdoch?
I don't have all. There's quite a list. I don't have them all embedded in my brain at the moment. But you know, there's a good list of them that are contributing money to.
And I'm sure people may or may not know this, but right now the Gates Foundation is contributing philanthropically to develop In Bloom. But after 2 years, that money goes away, and then there's a per-student charge. And one of the things that came out of this hearing the other day, it started out with 9 states expressing an interest, and you're absolutely right, we're down to just New York. So if you go from 9 to 1, it would seem logical that the 1 remaining would have a bigger financial obligation under this. So we don't even know, they're forcing it, so we don't even know what the ultimate financial obligation is, and is this just a way for the cloud or Amazon or whoever's behind this to perpetuate their products? I guess that's a real serious question, and I think you've addressed yourself to it, and I think you're right to.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Next is Christine Merritt. Hi, thank you.
I have a Long Island accent as well. So, I'm in good company. Before I start, just a short disclaimer. My essay is intended to discuss a rarely talked about problem present within the Common Core system. While I have inserted some levity into the delivery, please don't mistake that for disinterest in the need to eliminate the Common Core from our schools. I dedicate my opportunity here to convey my thoughts publicly to Ciara. Ciara is a 9-year-old child from Rochester who has been beaten down by this entire educational system. Her mother found this in her bedroom. Ciara is stupid, dumb, idiot, from Ciara. After a night of crying and frustration over homework. She now believes that she's dumb and she's an idiot. And I want to know, how are we going to make Ciara whole again? How are we going to do that? What I know for sure, and this is for Ciara, I have been incredibly perplexed by all the recent efforts to fix our educational system, which is apparently in pretty rough shape. Since I have 2 older daughters that graduated recently and secured spots in some competitive grad schools, I figured that I must have, somehow just missed the crisis. I now have 2 children that remain in that school, so I knew I had an obligation to get going and try to figure out exactly what was going on. I started my research in the bottom of their backpacks. Along with a pile of unlaundered gym clothing and some missing silverware, I found some interesting things. Did all of you know that Christopher Columbus is no longer the national hero he used to be? Back in the days when we gave national heroes holidays? No, my 5th grader assures me. Mom, he's a villain. Did all of you know that Bill Gates is a friend of education? I learned that fun fact from the side of a wrinkled scholastic reader. Deeper and deeper into the abyss I delved, finding example after example of what I would consider political indoctrination. I swear I found Obama's campaign talking points in her pencil pouch. This has to be some sort of a fluke, I said to myself as I rummaged on. Let's see what the textbooks are saying about all of this. The problem was there were no textbooks, only myriads of yellow sheets labeled Common Core modules across the top. So I abandoned the mission in the backpacks and I took to the internet, researching every article I could possibly read about the current predicament of our educational system. And what I found was really quite disturbing. Several years ago, a group of corporate moguls joined forces with a group of politicians, and then they decide that there is great financial profit to make in the field of education. For their scheme to work, they need to convince the rest of the country that indeed there is a need to reform the existing system. Not simply fix areas that need improvement, but trash the baby with the bathwater and start fresh. There's more profit to be realized. They use a group of test scores that they manipulate to prove to the country that a disaster is brewing. In the meantime, the same group begins passing cash, making deals at lightning speed. Somewhere in the process, this group decided that it was acceptable to insert progressive political theory into educational materials, thus exposing children P through 12 to their specific political beliefs. The group is now ready to present their answer to the myth of an education in crisis, and the fix was the Common Core state standards, a set of academic standards that would ensure that my children would graduate college-ready, career-ready, and globalized. Graduating college-ready sounded good. After all, I always thought that's what a high school diploma was all about. Career-ready, I could get on board with that concept. I want all my children to have careers. But the fact remained that I had no earthly idea how a school globalizes its students. I now yearn for a time when I didn't know what that meant. It's just too outrageous for me to believe that we would ask our children to lose their national identities, marginalize their family ties, dilute their cultural traditions, and learn history from texts that have been rewritten, all to reflect the progressive agenda of the few that hold the checkbook. Let us be truthful with the public about the most dangerous threat to our democracy. The Common Core standards are setting in play the educational transformation that must take place for the United Nations Agenda 21 to come to fruition. The policy creators are asking the generation of our children to breathe life into their political agenda, and they're using the educational system as its starting point. We have sold our educational system to the highest bidder. Our advocates have given away ownership of one of the democratic foundations of our country. By handing over our educational system to a group of appointed, not elected, individuals, they get a free pass on accountability. Common Core is a runaway train full of our children, with the federal government and a select group of appointed elitists at the controls. I'm betting that Bill Gates is going to instinctively jump off before impact. The collateral damage is the children that are unwittingly in its path. It's time to come clean with the truth about the politics that's involved in this. We as a country need to reclaim what belongs to our children, clean it up, and return it. I only hope that the damage that it has inflicted on our children can be reversed. What I know for sure is that this white suburban mom has had enough. Thank you.
I can just, ask you a quick question, because you mentioned your older children, I guess, that have, gone through the system quite fine and seem to be doing pretty well in terms of the college readiness side. And we've heard this from a number of people as we've gone around the state, and it would seem to me that really the best measure of our college readiness of our students is how they're doing as when they get to that level. And we know that there are issues, there are districts in different parts of the state that are having trouble, and there are people that are graduating in some need of remediation, but like you said, it doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater, because New York is known for our schools. We've been known for our schools for a long time. So do you see, I guess you have younger students then, or you?
I do. I have 4 children.
Okay.
I have a 24, 22, 15, and 10.
Okay, so your older children, do they, ever look at these handouts that the younger kids are bringing home from school?
They are so glad that they have no part in it.
Okay,
They really
because I mean, one of the things we've also seen, like we had a colleague when we were doing one of the hearings down on Long Island, and he actually teaches math at the college level. And one of our presenters came up with one of these handouts that they bring home, and he looked at it and he said, "I have no idea what this is."
Because it doesn't make sense. Roundabout ways of getting to a very simple answer. Despite the fact that you can arrive at the correct answer, it will still be wrong if you don't jump through circles and hoops and 10 frames, etc.
Yeah, so I mean, it's teaching us very specific what this is how you have to come about it. When I was in school, I remember it was, obviously you wanted to come to the right answer, but you were showing your work, because that way the teacher, you might get some partial credit, and the teacher might say, well, you know what, they actually knew how to do this part of it, but they made a mistake here, and then the teacher could say, okay, well, this is the part of it that needs reinforcing. I think now we're coming up with ways the parents have never seen before. So it's frustrating the parents. They're helpless to help the child with that piece of homework, and it makes it obviously that much more difficult for the child, because if when they get home with a piece of homework and mom and dad can't help them with it, or older brother or sister can't help them with it, where are they supposed to go?
My 10-year-old has begged me to stop helping her with her homework because she gets in trouble. She gets in trouble the day after, each and every time, because despite the fact that we can arrive at the correct answer, it isn't done the way that it is supposed to be done. So the correct answer is no longer correct. It's nonsensical. The correct answer is wrong unless it's done this way. There are also multiple scenarios where there's more than one correct answer, or it's not the correct answer. What is the best answer? How about that for a first or second grader? Let's not give them the correct answer. Let's give them the best answer, or let's give them there's 2 good answers. And it's very, very, very confusing. But with respect to your comment about my older children, they both got into incredibly competitive colleges. They're in incredibly competitive postgraduate situations right now with no problems. The school that my children attend is Mount Markham in West Winfield. Just this year, they added on a large variety of AP courses. They were attempting to remain competitive. There were no difficulties. I saw no crisis. I have 2 children that are currently on a path, and they're career ready. It's the 2 younger ones that I worry about, that are being exposed to this nonsense.
Well, what I'm hearing is they're actually dumbing down math, okay? And they're, they have 5th graders. They don't call it algebra, but it's find X, okay? So, I mean, and that's going back to the appropriateness too, the age appropriate. And I'm looking at some of the math problems that they're giving us and how they're breaking it out. It's like, really? And what I'm saying that the kids are getting more confused. So kids that were good in math sat there and said, I thought I was good at this. I used to love math. Not so much anymore. All right, so I don't know if the teachers, are you finding that also? I guess so.
And I think it also speaks to the definition of college and career ready. I mean, what is college ready for the Common Core? I think everybody at this point would agree that we're at the level of a 2-year community college.
Well,
and so now what we've done is we've taken some areas that have excellent programs, and we have dumbed them down, and we've brought them down.
Well, one of the things that I've been arguing about for the last 2.5 years is when the Commissioner of Education came to the Assembly, he gave us what he's termed as graduation rates. And he was sitting there smiling. And I basically said, what are you smiling about? I'm looking at these as dropout rates. Because what they had was throughout New York, in the low needs and moderate needs schools, there was a 73% graduation rate, which meant that 3 out of 10 students were dropping out. And in the high needs schools, there was a 62% graduation rate, which meant that 4 out of 10 students were dropping out. And I blame the state for that once I got involved in education, because not every student, as much as we want all our kids to be nuclear physicists, that's not a reality. And when I went to school, we had wood shops, we had automotive shops, we had electrical shops. And the students had an option to get a Regents as well as a general, or go career track as well as an education track. And, you know, personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with being an electrician or a plumber. Anybody pay one lately? So, I mean, what I'm trying to get to is I think systematically, you know, New York State's done a great job in screwing up education. You know?
We need to get it back from them. I'm interested to hear your take on the politics that's being injected into this. I guess what I did was I asked the question, what I see come home is fraught with errors. There's typos, there's misspells, there's inaccurate information. And I thought to myself, why would Bill Gates pay $153 million for this?
Well, on the state...
This is like garbage.
Yeah, on the state level, I think it's, there's a refusal to sit back and say, wow, I really screwed this up. Let me back up a little bit and take a look. And I think that everybody's, you know, I keep hearing the money aspect of it, that they got $700 million. And just to set the record straight, we didn't get $700 million yet, we got $500 million, okay? And if you're gonna talk about we're gonna lose all that money, the estimate is it's gonna be $1 billion to implement this. Mm-hmm. So here, I got a suggestion for you. Let them keep the $2 million, we can save $800 million. You know?
I did that math pretty quickly. But with respect to my hunch that there's something more devious and dubious behind this, you do see political indoctrination in this curriculum. Well, it's repeated again and again and again. Textbooks have been rewritten where they take the Middle Eastern conflict and rewrite it in.
Well, some of the books are really bad, but I mean, one of the things that I have a problem with is the premise behind this is that if my kids are going to school on Friday in New York and I move to Tennessee over the weekend and my children go to school in Tennessee on Monday, the teacher in Tennessee will be teaching the same exact thing as the teacher in New York at the same time. The only problem with that is in order for you to make that happen, there has to be one entity and one entity only writing the curriculum for the entire country. So that would probably rest somewhere with the federal government, and they can't even get a website up. So I don't want them in charge of education.
I mean, there's no question in my mind that this was implemented as a package. This was never meant to be standards separate from curriculum, separate from textbooks, separate from data. This was intended to be presented and purchased as a package.
Okay. Okay, well, and I'm going to do one last little plug here. I have 2 things going on right now. And the one thing that I said, we have over 18,000 signatures on a petition to go to the governor. All right? And as far as the governor saying he has no say over education, if anybody in this room believes that, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. Okay? And the other thing we're doing this week is we actually put out a graphic that says, "Find Cuomo." And what it is to call the governor's office and say, we want him to step up on here, okay? Stop hiding, right? Nobody believes that you have no say in this, right? You're supposed to be the leader of the state step up and start leading, and, because this is, from what I'm seeing, and I'm speaking for myself, nobody else, I look at this as state-sponsored, or sanctioned abuse of our children.
Absolutely. Cognitive child abuse. Cognitive child abuse is what the mental health providers have called this, and term this.
No? Okay. I just have a comment. I just wanted to say, you had a lot of provocative things to say.
Sure did.
But one of the things that I've just found, just struck me was when you said the myth of education in crisis. And I do have to say that what was the big problem that we had, other than it seems to me that it's our society and our social ills that have invaded the education system and made it so hard and burdensome for teachers and administrators and for all of us to deal with some of those issues, not the problem with the teachers and the administrators. I mean, thank you. And we've taken all of those ills and given them to the parents. Some of them are very responsible parents who are here that care. But in many situations, some of the parents aren't able to, or are maybe of lower socioeconomic status, or in transition, or having issues with all kinds of things, who are unable to keep up with something like this. I mean, it's great when you have parents that are really active, involved, that can help and suffer through 3 hours of homework, and grandparents that are able to do that. But what about the kids that don't have that? And I guess I'm worried about them, and if that's somewhat of what you were addressing.
Absolutely, and if you have read any of the works of Diane Ravitch,
okay,
she's a woman who has, she used to be employed and sort of mixed in with what was she, the U.S. Secretary of Education.
Education, okay.
And she says that, and asserts and can prove that the problem is poverty. If you follow these scores, and unmanipulated scores, okay, not scores that have AIS students removed, all right? A serious set of true scores, they will lead you to poverty, and they will lead you to these lower socioeconomic areas every single time.
Right.
And so this myth is a myth.
Right.
There was no crisis. The crisis was created in order for groups of corporations to financially benefit off of the sales of textbooks and curriculum and standards. And trust me, there's a lot. If you do follow the money, that's another interesting thing. Follow the cash. It comes from Bill Gates, but it goes back to Bill Gates times 10. If you look at the corporations in bloom, Achieve, Common Core Incorporated, Pearson Publications, follow them straight down. They're all Bill and Melinda Gates. And you can track them. It's so transparent. They don't even try to hide it.
They have a lot of money and power.
They do.
Al made a comment. When he was reminding me of it, if you go from New York on a Friday and you should be able to go to Tennessee, it just reminds me of when I remember. This is sort of why it's the corporatization, I guess, of education is what you're saying. I remember my sister got in her Jeep after she graduated from college, and she drove to California and said, "I'm going to California." One of those crazy things, and she worked in a TGI Fridays. And I remember her calling me one day, and I said, "Hey, I'm at the Fridays in New York," which was the original Fridays. And she said, "Well, they play the same music at the same time and serve the same food and the same specials and everything every day, no matter what Fridays you are in, anywhere in the world." And I think that's kind of the scary thing about that. That's what we're doing, and and I'm reading through some of these. I was given this by Jamie McNair and Jessica McNair, Common Core Standards, 10 Colossal Errors, and just some of the issues in here. I mean, it is unbelievable that we're going to be homogenizing our education system when we have kids with so many unique aspects, and we're trying to celebrate diversity. Don't we want to encourage the uniqueness and creativity and all those?
But do you see how that serves the function of someone who is trying to insert a globalized central government down the road? In order to do that, we can't allow children to develop national identities. They can't become tied to their cultures. We have to rip them away from their families, and then in that manner, the good of everyone is upheld at the risk of their freedoms. And that's where we're.
Right.
I believe.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think that's a very good point.
I think that's where we're going. And what they're doing is exactly, if you read the United Nations Agenda number 21, it's tied intimately financially as well as with the work to UNESCO, which is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. There it is again. There's that connection again. And so it's not far-fetched. You know, we've allowed one man to purchase the Democratic Foundation and then dictate what happens to that. And that's shame on us. Shame on us.
Yeah.
And then this happens and no one cares. No one cares.
Yeah, it's a tragedy.
It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Comment? Anybody have a question? Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next speaker is Colleen Emerson. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a parent. I have 4 children, one in 5th grade, one in 6th grade, one in 8th grade, and one in 10th. I also have one that is has special needs, has an IEP. He will clearly be left behind with the way the modules are set up. He comes home with a book, which is a module, which looks like the school has made the book themselves, that they've photocopied it and put it together. It never has any examples for me to help him. I spent a half an hour on one math question dealing with percentage and if you went and paid your, you know, when you were giving a tip to your waitress, how to figure out the math skill for that. He's got a learning disability. He's dyslexic. It takes him forever to read and write. So now the math curriculum has huge paragraphs for them to read. So by the time he's tried to figure out how to read that or have somebody read it for him, he's lost the whole context of what the math question was. And they want them to do the math in a certain way when you can come up with the answer in maybe a couple different ways. His AIS math teacher didn't even know how to explain it to him when I was looking at the math, though I was able to figure it out. He's the only one in the public school right at the moment. My other 3 children are at a private school. They come home with better instruction and materials to help guide them, but yet they are struggling also. My 8th grade daughter, child in 8th grade, she, for math, she doesn't have some of the material from 7th grade that she needs because it's all a building block in order to pass the test this year. So not only does she have to stay on track with the module, she's behind because she didn't get the information in 7th grade. She comes home with at least 3 hours of homework. She's stressed about the exam. She's crying. My 5th grader comes home stressed, has a lot of reading and homework, and she'll come home with an hour of homework. They should have piloted this differently. They should have asked the teachers to implement a lot of this stuff. They should have educated the teachers. At this point, I think it all needs to be pulled because it's destroying our kids' education. And not everyone's going to go to college. We don't even offer a lot of trades anymore in school. And I'm sure one of my kids is not going to go to college, or maybe he will to a trade school. But at the rate we're going, he's falling behind. All my kids are falling behind. My daughter, who is in 5th grade, is at the top of her reading class last year, but when she took the test, now she requires AIS reading. She does not require AIS reading. So now you're taking away from the kids who truly need the help, but luckily the school she is at is not giving her the AIS help because they recognize that she does not need it.
How is this affecting the family?
It's very stressful. I work full-time. I'm a nurse. My husband is self-employed. He and I are both struggling. I mean, I'm a little bit dyslexic myself. My husband has a learning disability, so we struggle when we're trying to teach the kids or help them. They don't come home with examples on how to do this. In the school, the public school that my one child goes to, they did a night of Common Core and thought that was so special, and when parents ask questions, they didn't answer them. So that tells me they don't even understand what they're doing. If you can't give me an answer straight up, you don't know what you're teaching then. And to direct me to a website when the people in my community, probably half the parents can't even get to a website. It takes forever to try to finagle through the website to figure out how to answer the question. Most of the people in the small town that I come from probably don't have access to a computer. And if both the parents are working or it's a single parent family, they're all going to fall behind. This is creating more of a mess.
Things that we've seen also with single parent households. So when my kids were younger, and what would happen is if they were struggling, I would sit down and try to help them through. But if they were doing something where I couldn't help them, I'd get a tutor. Okay, but a lot of single parent households, they're worried about keeping the roof over their head, keeping the lights on, keeping food on the table, and there's no way that they can give those kids what they need. And they go to, and this is one of the things that Common Core doesn't look at, and they don't factor that in. Now, see if I can get this through you. By the time you get home, you get them all settled down after school. They get home from the bus, you have dinner, you give them dinner, they sit there, they do their homework, and you're getting them ready for bed. What time are they going to bed at night with this type of homework and stuff?
Sometimes 10 o'clock. And then they've got to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning to get ready for school. And that would be my 8th grader. My 6th grader, who has a learning disability, he's working so hard in school, they try not to send homework home for him because it's just too complicated for us to try to help him.
Now you're finding they're saying I'm sick, I don't feel good, trying to stay home from school.
Yes.
And
but also not wanting to miss school because then they're going to be behind.
Right. Are they fighting with you about I really don't want to go to school today? Are you hearing the same things we're hearing from everything else? I can't do this.
Yes. Yes. This is a disaster.
Okay.
I mean, I'm flying by the seat of my pants up here. I figured I would just come and learn to see what everyone had to say, and I totally agree with all the teachers and the parents that have gotten up here to speak. I agree with what you're doing. It needs to be pulled.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This is detrimental. This is hurting our children.
Thank you.
A quick question before you leave. As a parent of a student with an IEP, and I've heard some of the other teachers talk, some of the teachers that have spoken about not having time. Do you think that's having an effect on your student, that the teacher has to spend so much of her time and resources on that Common Core curriculum that the other students like yours that need additional help might be falling by the wayside?
Luckily for my son who's got a disability, I have been a huge advocate for him, and he has a special ed teacher that pushes into all his classes to help. But he's still far behind. I mean, he shouldn't be taking any standardized tests because his reading level is at least 3 grades below the grade level he's at. So I don't know how the state ever thinks that these children can take a standardized test when the reading level is at least 3 levels above what they're doing. And I fought for years to not get him to take the standardized test because how is it really fair? We already know through psychological exams and review that he's behind. Okay, fine. You don't need to give him the standardized test to tell us where he's at. He already qualifies without that.
But yeah, his score on the standardized test, which I presume would be lower because he's behind the 1. Okay. Does that somehow go against the teacher's record? Then there's no curve or anything. I mean, that's just, it's not taking into account the individuality of the students?
I think they do take it into account, but I'm not 100% on that. And especially nowadays with how strapped everyone is, there's at least 3 or 4 kids in his class with the same, as far behind as he is, so that one special ed teacher who's pushing in can try to help those 4 kids, which is wrong, because then you're not saying that it's an individual learning situation, you've clumped them all together. We've forgotten that our kids are all individuals and learn at different paces. And when you set them to this module and you have to meet a deadline, there's no way. There's no room to go back. So you've lost the middle, the end, but then my student who's a high honor roll student, she's lost. So it's affecting all of them.
Thank you.
Just one is in public school and the other in private school?
One is in public and we'll probably pull him.
Okay.
And 3
Where
in
would you
private.
can you say which public school you're in? Are you
Waterville.
In Waterville? Okay. Any questions? Thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments. Rachel Smith.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for having this education forum. It was terrific news to bring that here. And I am a parent, but I'm also New Hartford PTA Council President. So we've been, since the beginning of the year, we've been just talking about it at our meetings, trying to talk to everyone at every school in New Hartford and get their feel on what's going on and what the issues are. But I just want to start with one good thing, because I know we haven't heard anything good yet, but personally I have a good story about the Common Core. I have 2 daughters. One is in 7th grade and one is in 9th. And my last year, when my daughter was in 6th grade, actually, previously, she had always kind of struggled, and math was a frustrating subject for her. She always did well, but math was frustrating. She would come home and cry because she just didn't understand math. And she was a very analytical child, and she used to say that math was not her language. Like it was a foreign language to her. It was like Spanish. So all of a sudden in 6th grade, when the Common Core was implemented in New Hartford, it clicked with her. She completely understood the way that they explained it was so analytical and kind of delve into, I know that, not that she likes doing all that extra work, but it really does kind of delve into it and turn things around so that she understood it and it made sense to her, and now she's thriving in math and it is her language now. So I just wanted to share that one good story. And there are some other stories like that in New Hartford. We are very lucky in New Hartford. We have a great school system and terrific teachers, and they are doing the best they can with this. They are doing a lot of workshops. They are, trying to work with the parents, listen to their issues, and but I know my daughter is far and few between. Most people, most parents, most kids, and most teachers are very frustrated with what is going on. I have heard things like in kindergarten, they have 16 math tests in the year now. And I'm not exactly sure what it was before, but it was a couple, if any. These kids never took a test. They're barely, know shapes and colors, and these are, all of a sudden they're taking these difficult math tests, and they don't know that they're not doing well, because to them, a 50 or 100 means nothing yet, unless, they're told. But it is, frustrating for, I think, the parents and the teachers, and again, to have that much time put into math and take away from their other creativity is just, parents feel that it is stifling their creativity and stifling their, enjoyment of school and learning. And I hear from all levels that there's not enough time to teach these modules, that they may even take a couple hours for one math lesson, whereas before, it was 40 minutes. And of course, in the junior high, they don't have that time. They have set periods. They have 40 minutes. If you didn't finish it, you don't finish it. In the elementary school, they're taking away from other areas because they have to spend that much time on math. and I've heard a lot about a lot of this I'm not going to even, go to because obviously it's been spoken already many times, but the lack of flexibility and individualized testing and teaching is creating an issue, and especially when you're talking about IEP students or students with any kind of special learning, that it doesn't leave room for these teachers to do what they need to do, to teach like they know how to teach. So that is what I have heard from other parents and teachers in New Hartford from the PTA. And I would like to just, know if, and be able to bring back to them, are there steps going to be taken to actually deal with some of these issues and to slow down the implementation process of the Common Core or create flexible, individualized testing? And, is that a possibility? Or are we?
You're going to have to, okay? Look, this is something that it's not just your community, it's every community. Okay, we did Suffolk, we did Nassau, we did Staten Island, we did Wappingers, we did, last week it was Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, all right, and it's the same things, everybody's experiencing the same thing. So, and I hate to say, one thing, I guess most people that know me is I'm very blunt, okay? And to put it bluntly, it's an election year for state officials. And trust me, they have no choice but to deal with this issue. And one thing you didn't point out was, and one thing that hasn't been pointed out either here, is I remember when I was subbing or teaching, they would pull kids out of my class, or whether it was, for some special speech or any of those things. We haven't talked about that either. And if you're a 40-minute block, right, and you're pulling a kid out for speech or for something else, he's not getting that, he or she is not getting that back.
Right, and what I have heard, actually, because I did think about this and talked to a couple of those reading specialists, and what happens is that actually they skip speech, they skip reading because they can't afford to miss what's going on in the class. So they skip those things that they probably obviously need, because that's why they're in them, to get to stay on top of what they're supposed to be doing. Robbing
Paul and pay Paul sometimes doesn't work out. So I thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rob Wood?
Before I introduce myself, I just want to thank you for the tone that you set when you commenced, and also that you continue to present yourselves with tonight. It's very relaxing, and it's very appreciated, and the belief is that you're listening and you're hearing what we're saying. So thank you for that. My name's Rob Wood. I come from Rome. I teach chemistry. I'm a union leader in Rome, and I'm also a parent and a grandparent. So a lot of vested interests with the background that I bring. In one word, this has been absolutely devastating. The teachers' morale, never ever have I seen anything like this. And I'm not sure where I am, I think 21 years into teaching, and it's horrific. They do their best when they get into the rooms to act as if things are okay. Kids sense things. It's been absolutely devastating for the children. We went around the buildings. I teach at a high school, and the union officers went around to all of the buildings in Rome, and we have several elementary schools, junior high, and a high school. And almost brought me to tears what I was hearing from what's occurring in those classrooms. and abuse and neglect of the children. And it made me feel so much worse coming out than going in. Here we're going in to uplift the teachers' spirits and such, and that wasn't the case at all. So absolutely devastating. I've got an 8-year-old, Jack, and he struggles at times with school to a high degree this year. He's been, prior to this year, okay, but I certainly sense his level of stress and duress and pain and suffering. So there's one word for you, and I'd like to share later on. I'll mail to you some testimonials from some of the people who I work with to give you a sense. Some of what we've heard tonight, and actually others that are along the same lines, but certainly much different. And I can't do it justice because I teach chemistry at the high school, so I don't see it yet, the damage that's been done. So I've tossed aside what I've written to you, and off script is, to certainly halt the Common Core, diminish, eliminate the high stakes testing, and a third plea is to focus on literacy. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, I guess now. They mentioned data collection, and to me, if someone's going to be able to jump high, you don't prevent them from walking, and you feed them, and you let them sleep, and you find out what's good for them. And then to later on collect data to see what their eye color may be, or their race. That to me has nothing to do with it. And so we're going away from what we know, and we're getting into things that don't matter. And that just blows my mind as a scientist. To me, the two pieces of data associated with education, or the lack thereof, are poverty and literacy. Anybody in the business, if you could allow them to choose what raw materials they're going to bring in to produce whatever it is they have as output, they're going to take the best. And that would just stand to reason. Same thing with education, that if perhaps at a very young age we can get children to become readers, I think that solves the problem. So the big picture, that big snapshot I wanted to present today is, I think that's the attack, because if we can tackle illiteracy, I think that we're going to have a stronger nation, and we're going to have better graduates, college and career ready. And with poverty, they can't do it. A single parent working 2 or 3 jobs, they can't read to the kids. So I'll get off that soapbox. I mean, the true test of learning. True test of learning is if you can take something perceived to be known and teach it to somebody else. So my 8-year-old Jack struggles with math problems. My 12-year-old son Brady helps Jack, and by the time it's all said and done, they're fighting with each other because Jack says you can't do it that way, and the Common Core is doing exactly the opposite what on paper it intended to do. And I see this again with my sons on numerous levels of they're putting them in a box rather than allowing them to think outside of it. And the reality is the practice is making things worse. It's not making things any better at all. A couple more things and I'll be quiet. Anytime you implement something, I'm not too swift. I'm going to do a little bit at a time. So to me, one big change that they should have done, and I'm not saying that I agree with the Common Core, start at the level of kindergarten, and the next year phase it in and get it to kindergarten and first grade. And if you want to track data, go ahead. Now you've got some means of analysis. This whole thing was set up to fail. And the ripple effects on this are once again going to be devastating. In the classrooms now, they're hammering out ELA. In the classrooms now, they're hammering out math. Why? Because those are the two that really are big time tested. And what they're dismissing now is science. And that hurts us as a nation. And these kids are going to come to me, not because of the teacher's fault, not because of parents' fault, but because of the system. So what a crazy approach to say, let's wholesale try this. And sadly, we're here because of the outcome. I'll wrap up with a couple of, I guess I'll call them charges to you and challenges. Let's assume that things are going to be redirected here, and turning a ship around in the ocean takes a lot of time, and we know that, and hopefully we can expedite it. And the scary thing now beyond this is, how do we regain what we've lost? Math in particular is cumulative. You know, they've already lost, in my mind, 2.5 months of education. When do these kids get this back? And I hear that from parents here, and I applaud them for stepping up and speaking, and I hear that from the parent groups in Rome, you know, that the harm that's done is done, and how do you adjust that? And I don't know if there is an answer to that. Second thing is, most of us in the world, if we don't sit by, you know, we're either part of the problem or part of the solution. And I'm sensing, thank God, that you are part of the solution. And, you know, maybe this forum should have been held closer to Easter than Thanksgiving, and I don't mean this in a biblical sense, but you guys are the Messiah. You will be those who resurrect education the way it should be run. And if you don't, we're sunk. We're sunk as a community. We're sunk as parents. We're sunk as a nation. So I'm really happy to hear what I sense that I'm hearing from you, and I look to the future, and I'm like an elephant and I don't forget. So certainly come voting time, you know, we need you, and I thank you.
Sir, can I just, you know, because I think as a, you know, science area teacher, number one, you made a great point, because we've been talking in recent years about how important science is to get us ahead, and then all of a sudden we're brushing it off to, you know, do other things, which seems to turn on its head what everybody's been talking about probably the last decade in terms of what we needed to focus on. But coming at things from also a scientific perspective, I'm sure, you know, when you're teaching your students, as I'm sure we all did as we went through high school and went through the different subject areas, and in particular with science, I'm sure you have students who they see the periodic table on the wall and their eyes light up because this is an interest to them. And then you have others that don't, you know, necessarily have an interest in that, but you know, you're charged with teaching them basics of this area of study, and I'm sure a lot of it is trying to bring it home to them. There are certain things that are going to appeal to a student who may not be interested, but you know, they may see some real-world application of something and say, oh, you know what, that makes sense. I learned something because it needed to be more real to me. And my concern with all of this is this whole idea of teaching one way, especially, you know, on the math side, and you know, I guess it may be coming on the science side of the whole one way of doing something, and it may appeal to some students and the light bulb goes off and they're good, but what about the students who need to come at it from some other perspective?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to answer anything. Here's what I think I heard you say, is, you know, what are you doing? What are you doing now that might be beneficial versus in the future? Philosophically, I try to teach it a certain way. And then when the kids don't get it, you regroup, and teaching to the middle, someone had mentioned, and I'll send comment later on in mail to all of you, taking some notes, but and then they try to teach it a second way. And normally when it comes time for the test and kids to interact and do some cooperative learning activities, I don't care how they learn it and how they can get it done. Because ultimately there's numerous ways, in fact, to get to the end. So as they travel through life, you'd hope that it was a journey and not, as we're doing now in Common Core, a destination, point A, point B, point C. Scary. It's scary.
Now, and you're a union person, and you talk to the other teachers. One of the things that's just occurring to me, one of the statements that you made, is the damage that we're doing to these kids. And what's going through my mind right now is, what are we going to do with all these kids that get left back? And what's that going to do with their system? And some schools, I think you're going to have a bigger percentage of children that are being left back, like the poorer schools, right? The poorer areas, they're going to get a larger percentage of students left back. How is this going to affect the system that we have in place right now? So if a quarter of the class gets left back, what is that going to do to the system that we do have in place?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to further strain it, obviously, and it's going to make larger class sizes, which isn't good, and it's going to break traditions, it's going to break self-esteem, if you will. Not that I'm huge on that at the high school level, but point taken. And this is already set up for failure, and now you take your comment, thank you, and makes it even worse. So years to come, oh, absolutely, without a doubt. that if you're not going to prepare them at the lower grade levels to succeed at the higher grade levels, well, you're not preparing and not going to have success. You're going to get the opposite, and just what you said.
So this could affect, deconstruct what we've done in education.
Absolutely. So, and I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it, but another downfall as a result of what we're implementing now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick. For much of my adult life, I've been led to believe, and I have to ask this question, I don't want to get too far afield, but that New York State's public schools are K through 12 were superior to anything else out there, that if you got a diploma from New York and you went to Tennessee or you went to Florida and you proved to them you graduated from New York school, you had a job on the spot. The Wonks in Albany will tell you that we spend probably either the top or second to the top in terms of per capita expenditures for our schools. We pay pretty hefty local property taxes. And all of a sudden, it seemed overnight, and somebody talked about a manufactured crisis perhaps, but overnight, all of a sudden, and now there's some of the literature I'm seeing, we're lagging behind virtually everywhere. What happened? How did it happen? And when did it happen? Do you have any thoughts on this? I know you talked about illiteracy, and I know you've talked about the socioeconomic. Is it a function of the economy? Are our best and brightest packing up U-Haul and moving out because there aren't opportunities here? What happened over the last decade that?
Well, and I've been capable of answering. I'm not too swift. You got to be up. You got to be well versed. You got to know economics. But yeah, thanks. But not answering the question. I'm good at that, I guess.
Because I'll tell you, I've talked to community college presidents. They say the remediation rate for incoming freshmen is somewhere between 50 and 70% in math and reading comprehension.
Well, I think in specialty areas, as long as they're trainable. And so, we get them in New York State, or historically, we would get them to a point where they could do numerous things that are job related. And they may not be college ready, but the kids would be career ready. And I have a neighbor who happens to be a bigwig in the corporation. And he said to me numerous times, he says, we got to get the kids there. And attendance in many schools is horrific. And this may, to the point of a couple questions, it might become worse instead of better. But he said attendance is one thing, their ability to interact with one another is a second, and then to also be open-minded and cooperative. So, all that could be flushed down the toilet with the stress and strain that the system is under.
And that's all incidental to Common Core.
Correct.
Yeah.
A lot of connections with it.
But I don't know how we can find a solution until we can identify the problem, and I just don't know what happened. And I've asked a lot of educational professionals, and I get a whole a series of different answers. I don't know.
It seemed when it wasn't broke and people tried to fix things, all of a sudden things got broken. So historically, the changes haven't been good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tracy Allen.
My name is Tracy Allen. I'm an elementary vocal music teacher in Richfield Springs. I'm also the vice president of the Richfield Springs Faculty Association. Thank you very much for taking time to meet with us today. We are grateful for your willingness to listen and learn about the implementation of the Common Core state standards and the annual professional performance review portion of the Race to the Top, and how that is impacting teaching and learning in New York State. Commissioner King stated at his televised forum in Syracuse last month that the grade 3 through 8 tests in English language arts and math are not high-stakes tests for the students, but rather a snapshot in time to assist their teachers in providing instruction. Unfortunately, when the student fails to meet a benchmark score on those tests, they are required to be placed into academic intervention service classes, which often remove them from a music, art, or elective class. The stakes are indeed high when one score on one test impacts the classes a student is allowed to enroll in the following school year. When listening to and reading accounts of remarks made by Commissioner King this fall in Syracuse and other venues, it has become quite discouraging to hear him say again and again that the testing is a mandate from the federal government and beyond his control. When he makes this statement, he sometimes fails to acknowledge that he is referring specifically to the grade 3 through 8 math and English language arts tests. He is ignoring the regulation requiring the testing of students for the purpose of generating a score for their teachers. The Annual Professional Performance Review, or APPR, requires 40% of a teacher's evaluation be based on student performance on assessments. The regulation is specific about which students a teacher must report assessment data for. The teacher's largest class must be tested first, and then each additional class is added, in size largest to smallest, until 51% of the teacher's students of record have their data captured. Last year, my largest class was kindergarten, followed by second grade, then first grade. My entire third grade class also had to be tested, because without them, my data was 2 students short of 51%. This year, the class sizes are similar. That means that in Richfield Springs, for the 2012-13 and 2013-14 school year, all of the students in kindergarten, first, second, and third grades are required to take pre-test, post-tests in music and art for the sole purpose of generating a test data to evaluate the music and art teachers. Both years we observed test anxiety in our classes. No primary age child should ever feel anxious about music or art class. Students take 2 tests a year because of the section of the regulation that mandates 20% of the teacher's score be based on data from 2 points in time. At the Syracuse Forum, Commissioner King said a pretest is not required. Could he please explain how data can be compared between 2 points in time without a pretest? If he believes the previous year's scores can be used as the first point in time, how can that be accomplished when a teacher's largest class is kindergarten? The second 20% of the evaluation that requires an achievement score necessitated more tests for the same group of children. The State Education Department and the school superintendents have been pressuring schools and NYSET bargaining teams to use groups of tests averaged together for 20% local achievement scores. They believe that the average of several years of elementary classroom education, or the 5 regents required to graduate high school, can be an adequate reflection of the ability of all teachers in a building. While all teachers have an impact on all learning, it is absurd to grant or deny points on an evaluation to an individual teacher who has not had classroom contact time teaching a group of students specific curriculum and skills needed to succeed on a specific year-end exam. Stated bluntly, an elementary music educator could be a terrible music teacher and receive a rating of highly effective based on English and math test scores. Teachers should be evaluated. The work we do is too important not to be monitored and evaluated and improved upon every year. We are expected to differentiate our instruction and scaffold our teaching to meet the learning needs of our students. Is it too much to expect that our evaluations be differentiated and scaffolded to reflect the unique needs of our curriculums? Please evaluate me based on the work I do and how I do it. Please evaluate me without testing 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Please change the regulations to allow teachers of primary elementary students to be evaluated in a way that does not teach our youngest students that school is just test after test after test. Thank you.
I just have a question on the testing. When APPR came up for vote in the Assembly, it was exactly what you stated. We asked if that was going to happen, and they said no. So now you're seeing that in reality, what ends up happening is teachers are getting evaluated for something that they aren't even responsible for. And that was one of our greatest worries. And another big issue, which is sort of related to this, you talked about APPR and also on disclosure and whether or not you can get information about teachers and evaluations online and through sites. And we thought that was not also protecting our children and our teachers and evaluators. I mean, it just to me, it doesn't make sense to punish the teachers by putting bad evaluations online when we're evaluating them on something that they aren't responsible for. So I think that was one of the main reasons I voted no on both of those bills. But I'm just happy to hear that I'm not happy to hear, I'm sorry to hear that they aren't working out the way they are, and that we're hoping to reform those if we can. But again, we've got the governor that if we'd love to have him step in sign Al's petition, and I know we signed it right away, and see if we can get the governor to react to this and realize that, he said he was the lobbyist for the students, and we hoped that he was going to chime in and be the lobbyist for the students now. So I really appreciate your comments, so thank you. Thank you. Dolores Saunders.
I'm a retired elementary school teacher from the Edmiston School District. I'm a mother of 2 daughters who have chosen teaching as their profession. One is a music teacher, and I fully understand what the person described earlier. I am a grandmother of 5 elementary school children, 1 in the Oneonta School District, 1 in the Morris School District, and 3 in the Camden School District. My granddaughter is in 2nd grade. She is bright. She's being taught all about Hinduism and Buddhism. She learned about ancient China. Now she is learning about ancient Greece and must know all the gods that they worshipped. This curriculum is beyond anything that should be taught in these grades. If the teacher does not teach the modules in Common Core, the children will fail the tests, and 20% of the teacher's evaluation will be in a negative realm. I am very concerned about the religious information being forced down our children's throats. This is a parent's right to teach about religion, not the government's right. Islam is next on the list as being in a category with Christianity and Judaism, the belief in one higher authority. Students who are in this grade need to know about their surroundings, the history of this country, and need to learn what is meaningful to them. These subjects are also being taught in 1st grade, as you mentioned previously. These Common Core mandates are not relevant to children of this age. Who is writing this curriculum? Who are these people? Is this an indoctrination into teaching what the government wants these children to learn, not what has been taught over the years or taught to them by their parents? Doesn't anyone realize that history repeats itself? Or have we totally forgotten what can happen when government determines what young minds should learn? All of these children, from the slowest to the brightest, are put together in one lump and must learn exactly the same information at the same time and take timed tests. This is a disgrace. There is no time for creativity, imagination, or outdoor play. I see no pictures, just simple drawings coming home from my grandchildren. Please do away with Common Core as rapidly as possible. This is dangerous and beyond the ability of most children to learn at this age. It's all about money. A number of states have refused this bribe. Thank you.
To answer your question, as far as the modules are concerned, my understanding is that New York is pushing that they want these modules, want them done. And what's happening is New York is the Board of Education is pushing so hard that they want them done that these things are not even being edited, okay? They're grammatically incorrect. They're factually incorrect. They're actually telling them circle the numbers, and there are no numbers to circle, okay? So again, this is government by soundbite, all right? And it's not well thought out. And I think it's a travesty, especially, I don't care how much the State Department of Education is pushing Pearson to turn this stuff out for them and engage New York, okay? Any company worth their salt would not put out a defective product, okay? And that's what's going on right now.
Who is driving this stuff? Who is putting all this stuff into these elementary grades where it does not belong?
My understanding is a company called Pearson is actually putting out the stuff for Engage New York, and a lot of it's not completed. A lot of it, they're doing it they're in such a hurry to get it out there, and that's another thing that's frightening. You're putting defective material out in front of children. You're giving kids information that is wrong, okay? And you're expecting teachers to teach this. Teacher after teacher, I mean, we've been doing these forums. They're showing us some of the stuff that they're getting, and I'll have the all of a sudden I'll hand it out, and the kids will raise their hand and say, wait a minute, I don't understand. It tells me to circle a number. There is no number to circle. And they go like this. They go, okay, skip this one. And this is what's happening, all right? And the rollout of this is some schools are saying you have to teach the modules. Other schools are saying don't teach the modules. We have 1 or 2 schools that actually call their teachers in over the summer and paid their salary over the summer to develop their own modules. And the biggest thing is there's not a lot of teacher input into this. I mean, you don't have, and one of the things that frustrated me the most is when we had one of the regents in front of us. Out of 17 regents, I said, how many have actually taught in the classroom? And it's anywhere from 3 to 5. And one of my last debates on the floor of the assembly, I asked, now the chairwoman, and I'm not picking on anybody, but our chairwoman for the education committee doesn't have a degree in education. She has a degree in political science, okay? And when I asked how many of our staff members that are working with you to put this curriculum out here actually taught in the classroom, the answer was none, okay? And I had the word, and I went back and looked at it again because of the Times Union article, wealth to, and that we have these fellows implemented in our Board of Education. And the word fellow popped into my head from my debate, and that was one of the answers, is we have these fellows that are working on the Education Committee, right? And from the time, I'm just taking the Times Union report, and what they're saying, these fellows are not employees of the state. They're employees of, they're paid through foundations and stuff that are pushing Common Core. So there's a real problem here. I mean, there are problems that are coming out all over the place. There's problems with the curriculum. There's problems with how it's funded. There's problems with who's pushing it. There's problem with who's guiding education in New York State, right? And this is why I've been sitting there. Look, there's a lot of people in this state which would love for me to sit down and shut up. It's not happening, okay? And the bottom line is, it's not just us. Understand that everybody out here, you're making a difference. When you get out there and make your voices heard, when you come to these forums, when you speak out, okay, people are starting to listen. They're a little dense in the state. You got to give them a little bit of time, all right?
Hey, I'm from Long Island.
Okay, well, on Long Island we do everything in a hurry. Yeah, not the rest of the state. But I hope I answered your question there. There's a lot of problems that are going on. And I guess now, look, because of my background and because of, my education, I've been listening. I've been living this for the last 6 months. I've been doing these forums, and the more I do the forums and the more I listen to people, okay, the more, I'm going to try to be diplomatic here.
Really?
The more anxious I get about the material, okay?
Very anxious about it. And another thing that I just don't understand about New York State education, and this isn't under the Common Core. My dad was a shop teacher, and granted, years ago, he took kids on the jobs with him and taught them. You can't do that anymore. But we are forcing children, all children, to take Regents examinations in New York State. Where is the hands-on learning? Where is the pride in saying, I built this, I can take it home, and I can go to work for somebody, and I'm not going to college? It's lost.
Well, to answer the question before, I actually wrote something down and shared it with When the question was asked, what happened to New York, what happened to education in New York, what I actually wrote is New York State happened. Because the scariest words in the English language is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Okay, so, I just want to say thank you, and I hope I answered your question.
You keep screaming louder, you're going to get served with a Moreland subpoena.
No
It's
Christmas.
not fun. Just saying. The next speaker is Kirsten Vivacqua.
Hi. I'm speaking to you today as someone who has both the privilege and hardship of seeing the current climate of education from several perspectives. I am the parent of a 9-year-old girl and 7 and 4-year-old boys. I am also a reading teacher. I often feel a sense of conflict between these two titles, parent and teacher. I know what is best for my own children, but at work it's a little bit different. I have to do what I have to do. The problem is my students are my children. They are dear to my heart, and I would do anything to protect them. So, though there are voices that tell me that I shouldn't put myself in the spotlight and attract unwanted attention, I feel I cannot sit quietly about the things I see happening. Sorry. First of all, I want to speak about, I'm going to go off of this because I think this is making me a little bit more shaky. My daughter is in 4th grade. Last year, during the administration of the ELA exam, she got confused by the instructions, which were very repetitive. I know because I administered the test, and they went on and on and on. She got confused when her teacher said we would be doing 2 parts today and 1 part tomorrow, and she understood that to be 2 stories today and the rest tomorrow, so she left more than half of the multiple choice section blank. As a result, she scored a 269, which is a 1, and she's been placed in AIS. I have no problem with her being in AIS. I actually teach AIS, and I think it's beneficial for her. She is in need of some help with fluency and comprehension. However, her score is invalid. I also would like to speak as a perspective as a colleague. I am in an urban district, and I listen to my colleagues. I'm, of course, a reading teacher, so I'm not a classroom teacher. I listen to them talk about their hours of preparation at night. They have to read and digest and then prepare lessons for hundreds of pages of scripted lessons. Their classrooms have a shadow that is cast by college and career-ready expectations. I see my colleagues struggle to reach all 32 students in their classrooms, students that are as unique as can be. Students from different countries who are asked to take these tests 1 year after arriving in America, Students who have been given modifications only to have them yanked out from under them during testing. Students who don't have breakfast or lunch if they don't come to school. Yet my colleagues are there every day, doing their best, staying as positive as they can in a desperate situation. Teachers who are highly effective, no matter what their heady score says, who are being demoralized by tip plans that are telling them they are not good enough. I see my colleagues trying to prepare their students for success on a test that they never get to see, or barely get to see, never before it is administered. They see it during or after, but not with any time to actually use it to guide future instruction. I've had conversations where my colleagues and I shake our heads at the types of questions being asked on a 3rd grade assessment, questions that we struggle with even with our graduate degrees. I see the struggle that goes on between doing what is necessary for success in the profession and doing what is right. The problem is teachers cannot do what they do best because they fear the almighty tip, and because of that, the state is making our highly effective teachers less so. The last part is really going to give me trouble, so I apologize. I want to just give you one final image. It's something that I will be haunted by for the rest of my life. It's a classroom, 6 students spread out, 1 to a table. It's a testing situation for students with IEPs. One of the only allowable modifications is their test is administered in small groups. During the first half, the teacher reads the verbose repetitive directions and then instructs them to begin. During the first half hour or so, they all sit hunched over their desks, intense concentration on their faces. As time wears on, they begin showing signs of agitation and frustration, fiddling, squirming, looking repeatedly at the clock. The teacher advises them to focus, stay on task, sit still. One of the students seems to be doing something other than writing. Going to investigate, the teacher realizes that the boy is repeatedly stabbing himself in the arm with his pencil. Sorry. As she puts her hand on his shoulder, he looks up at her, his eyes full of tears. In this moment, the teacher's ashamed. I'm sorry. I don't know.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Just keep going.
I'm an emotional person. I'm sorry.
Just keep going.
Anyway, I'm going to go off the cuff again because what's really important here is that what I needed to do was to take the pencil out of his hand and tell him this is not important. You do the best you can, and it's not going to matter. And I felt like in that moment, I became a teacher again, instead of just an administrator of a test. My special interests are my children, both the ones I'm raising and the ones entrusted to me during the school day. The high-stakes testing and poorly implemented Common Core standards need to go. We need to give our schools back to our parents, teachers, and most of all, our children. Thank you so much for hearing our concerns and for being part of this change. I was at Whitesboro, and this is so much different. I feel like you're actually listening. It's really important. And well, I had this prepared beforehand, but as I listen, I really must implore you to support the lawsuit against the small schools funding, because this is huge. This is part of our class war that's going on. We are just simply making the gap larger between our students that are living in poverty and those students that actually have resources and things that can help them. Thanks.
Thank you. You brought this to life for everybody.
I'm sorry.
You brought this to life for everybody.
Do you
Made it a
teach
real
in
world.
Utica? Yes. I do, okay. Thank you. No, yeah, beautifully done. Thank you. Diana and Sarah? She's still here? Oh, here she is.
My name is Diana Insera, and I was a resource room teacher for 27 years, first in Maryland and then in New York State. During those years, I had the pleasure of working with students of all ages from age 7 through 18. I've been retired for 5 years now, so I did not experience a face-to-face encounter with the Common Core. But in my 27 years, I did have a wealth of experience with something even more important, common sense. The Common Core the Common Core concept is in itself a good idea, whereas if you move from state to state and Social Studies 11 is, or American history is being taught in grade 11 in one state, it is in another. Because students often move from district to district or even state to state. However, the common sense part of it has become lost in the mistaken idea that all teachers and students are created equal and all learn in the same way and on the same time scale. My work with special education students taught me that each student was unique, and my method of working with them therefore needed to be creative and individualized. Asking teachers to teach all students in the same way with a script written by someone out there in the universe who has no concept of the uniqueness of those students and teachers is stifling. For every textbook out there, there's an accompanying teacher guide with suggested activities for each lesson. However, there's never enough time to use all suggested activities, so most teachers will pick out the activities most suited to the students that they have at the moment and that will fit in the time frame of the class. They may pick different activities next year, as students in that year may have other strengths and interests. One English teacher I worked with, just because as a resource teacher I often work with another teacher in their classroom, gave her students a choice of about 13 different activities for an end-of-year unit activity that they had to do. Some activities involved writing, some involved art, some involved construction, and others involved music. Students could be successful because they could choose a project that used their strengths, and everyone else in the class would benefit because they were being exposed to a wide range of ideas that might never have occurred to them if everyone had been given the same assignment. Prearranged scripts also don't always leave room for class discussion. Again, class discussions are where a variety of ideas can be expressed. As a student myself, it was always interesting for me to hear what someone else thought about a topic, and it always broadened my understanding of that topic. There is too much structure in the way the Common Core is being implemented. Please let teachers be creative in how they present ideas to each unique class. Also, please let K through third graders be children as well as students. Teach them the basics well, and I agree with Mr. Wood, especially literacy. Teach them to read well without the threat of testing so that they can feel successful and ready to take on the harder tasks of the following years. Let learning be fun for them so they will want to do more learning in the future. Also, I did my K through 12 education in Illinois, so I have a little different. You said, what's wrong with New York State? In Illinois, in elementary school, maybe they threw the Iowa test at us once a year, but they said, don't worry about it, just do your best, and there was never any stress associated with it. In high school, the only exam I ever had at the end of a school year was the exam written by the teacher who had taught me all year on the subject matter that he had taught us all year. So there was not stress there either. It wasn't some test out of the blue written by the state. It was what the teacher had taught me. And I went to an excellent high school in Illinois. My fellow students went on to Princeton, Yale, Cornell. They got a good education, but there was no stress involved with it. So I think that's part of something, when I moved to New York State, that I thought, why do they need these Regents exam? Why can't each teacher just test the students on what they've been taught?
I just ask you to elaborate on something you said. You talked about teachers being creative, and one of the things I think we've heard as we've gone around from a lot of teachers is they've used the word trust. The students need to trust the teacher in where they're going with a lesson or what have you, and that this is eroding that trust because the teacher is, if they're using one of these modules, that level of trust isn't there, and it kind of impacts both the teacher's willingness to take a risk to make sure that the students are understanding something, but it also impacts on the student side because they're getting frustrated, and that's just going to breed more distrust of the teacher because they're seeing learning as just being something totally different than what they're used to in terms of liking their teacher, and when you have that bond between student and teacher, the student's obviously more apt to learn.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because I think when you're trying to follow a script and you only have so much time, you don't even have the time to get to learn the students as well as you'd like to, because every student is different. If you have the time to get to know them and learn what motivates them, you're better able to create a lesson that will will help them be successful. And if we can get children to be successful when they're young, K through 3, give them good reading skills, they probably will be successful farther on because they have the skills to be successful.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks. I thought maybe I'd give you a little heads up of who's on the list in the order so you know where you're coming in. Next up is Jeremy Haggis, followed by Joseph Bottini, Colleen Pettucci, Jim Chase, James McNair, Jessica McNair, just so you were in the lineup, so you know where you are. But Jeremy, thanks.
Good evening. Hi. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak tonight, to express my concerns both as a parent and a local educator about something that is important to all of us, the future of every child that we meet. At a time when it seems like people in politics, excuse me, both in Washington and Albany, march to their own agendas regardless of the opinions of the people who voted for them, you have come to listen and represent our voice, and I thank you for that. The Common Core approach to education is a debacle. I attended the meeting the commissioner gave at Whitesboro High School and did what he did not. I listened. Shortly thereafter, I attended my local school district's Board of Education meeting to express my frustration and concerns that I see with my own school-age children. My daughter is an 8th grader, my son a 4th grader. Both would be better off without the Common Core and the modules that go with them. There was a time in education when teachers were trusted to do what was in the best interest of each of their students. They were given a curriculum as a guide and then allowed to be as creative as they wanted when presenting the information. If certain concepts were more challenging, more time was given. If certain concepts were not clearly understood, new ways of presenting old ideas was necessary. The challenge was what kept the profession new, fresh, and exciting. Today, you do what you are told when you are told. Minute-by-minute scripts are suggested. Daily lessons march forward in the name of time, regardless of any true level of understanding. It is a robotic approach to dealing with a system that is not made up of machines. These are kids. I have an open house letter that a friend of mine gave me to share tonight. It was a simple assignment given to his 1st grade daughter. Fill out this letter and leave it for your mommy and daddy at open house. It included the following information. The date, 9/12/13. Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for coming to my room for open house. I sit at the blue table. Please say hello to my teacher. I think 1st grade is, there was a blank. This girl wrote serious with her name underneath. Regardless of whether or not this is a true reflection of this 1st grader's classroom, it was her impression. How does a child in 1st grade even form an impression of school being serious? Let me answer this question for you. You create an educational program that's more interested in tests and scores than it is in teaching kids to be successful in life. You then force that program into schools without asking for real professional opinions or opportunities to field test. Lastly, send the message that if it fails, someone gets a negative evaluation and their job's on the line. This 1st grader's teacher heard that message loud and clear. So did the 6-year-old that said that school was serious. I never remember school being so serious. I doubt you do either, and yet I would argue that we turned out okay. Please help us turn school back into a place where kids love to be. Better yet, please help us turn school back into a place that kids love to learn. Thank you.
perfect. Thanks.
That's really
Enough
fun. Thank you.
Very
you.
good, very good.
You ready, Joe? Joe Bottini.
How do I follow all of that? Good evening. My name is Joe Bottini. Thank you, legislators, for this forum. With permission to revise and extend my remarks, I will mail you the full extent. I've been sitting here for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and at my age, I'll be entering my 80th year in January 1st, and it's very difficult to have patience. The mind will only absorb as much as the seat will tolerate. So it's kind of a difficult evening for me. I have no dog in the hunt. My grandchildren are even toward the latter part of their high school years, so they'll be out of Common Core. I have no young children. At my age, that would be a biblical miracle, wouldn't it? To answer your question about information, Jim Horn, and he has a co-author, and I can't remember her name, wrote Mismeasure of Education. You might want to look that up. And Diane Ravitch's book is entitled Reign of Terror. That came up earlier. Assemblyman Graff used a word earlier that I was severely admonished by my colleagues for using when I said children are being abused. I'm so happy to hear you have the same notion. More rigorous academic standards for students? Sure. Change is inevitable. Progress is not automatic. But stupidity? Common Core has proved that it's universal. Slogans such as NCLB or career in college or college and career ready are platitudes. I defy anyone to show me proof that either of those make any sense. I have witnessed many changes during 35 years in teaching. Some of them were worthy. Some were an abomination. Common Core is the latter and worse. It is used oats. All new approaches had some good points, and all had some used oats. I made it a practice to glean the good, adapt it, and adopt it. I would then lose the used oats. Just so you understand the term, let me explain. Pure oats are costly, but if you don't mind waiting until they are run through the horse, they are cheaper. In education, each student is in need of unique help from the teacher. But Common Core takes a business model and stamps it on the whole group of students, as though they were homogenized dairy products. All of these farm references are because we're in a farm territory here. I understand, Assemblyman, that you're not from the area, but we're farmers here. How do those in power face their mirror image each day after verbalizing such empty nonsense? If the millions of dollars spent on developing and producing Common Core was spent on hiring teachers, reducing class size, fully supporting schools, redoing state aid formula, and eliminating GEA, public education would do fine. Another farm reference, please. A farmer does not fatten the pig by continually weighing the pig. The farmer must feed the pig. Say again? Oh,
to New York City, Long Island, right?
Children are not pigs, but neither are they flatware to be stamped out on an assembly line. Children need to be fed more in order to increase their opportunity for success in education. Some may need tutorial help. Some may need more time on task. To engage in this progressive approach, we need more funds in order to hire more teachers and increase class time. College and career ready is a platitude of weak merit, a slogan that is catchy, but empty rhetoric of unsound principles. Sound bites do not produce quality education for students. Teachers do. Corporate America is not a good place to find the answer to a problem that does not exist. Public education is not broken. Public education is not the issue. The plight of our socio-economic poverty is the problem. We are trying to fix that problem on the backs of school children. It is apparent to me we need an act of God to move in the hearts and minds of those in power, because they lack the intestinal fortitude to admit the error of their ways or a willingness to push the restart button. And you mentioned this earlier. I publicly pray to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to intervene in this situation and stop the carnage taking place with our small children, as this young lady so adequately and emotionally shared with us. Children ought never to be demeaned to a point of lacking the joy of childhood. Children ought never to be made to come to a point of losing their joy of learning by crushing the natural curiosity that is theirs from birth. It is time to storm the Bastille. It is time to flood the inboxes of our state representatives and swamp our state education department and its robotic leader, the commissioner, with a flood of correspondence opposing this draconian program and its nice-sounding platitudes. The federal government is now using corporate America to ruin public education by manufacturing a public education crisis and then purporting an impossible fix, while wasting millions of our tax dollars and making publishing companies rich. This is the ultimate hostage holding, the ultimate in using children as pawns in a battle of dubious creation. Governor Cuomo, the state legislators, state education department officials, State Board of Regents members, and Commissioner King, listen clearly. You folks certainly are. Boy, am I so pleased that you are. I wouldn't have sat here for 2.5 hours if I didn't realize you've been sitting there even longer.
I haven't moved.
You are to be complimented.
You're all very good.
Do not try to fix the social economic issues on the backs of school children. Lift this bizarre, unfunded mandate from local school districts. Go back to the drawing board and with the help of educators, design something that will truly increase the quality of public education for all children. Lift this mandate or leave the schools to their own understanding and efforts, as they have been for the past 100 years. We could do so much worse than not changing public education. Remove the unnecessary mandates, fund it properly and fully, then stand back out of the way and let the many fabulous teachers teach and children learn. It is an amazing thing to see the interplay of an interested, compassionate teacher and an excited student meeting each day and progressing toward the young student's optimum potential. I did that for 35 years. What a joy. It is an event that few folks in the state education department or members of the Board of Regents, there is one regent with some public school experience, I did the research, have had the privilege of experiencing or even witnessing. Without credentials to do so, they are dictating educational programs. To this I say, illegitimi non cobrandum. God bless teachers, God bless the children, and God bless America. I have a few suggestions. Assemblyman Butler asked, how did New York State, what can we do? Pray to God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Number one, we needed prayer.
Is that in the first grade curriculum?
No, that's not actually.
I don't know about the junior high teacher. We don't dare say that in school. Fix social economic conditions in society, that's two. Reduce distraction of electronic toys. Cool the nasty rhetoric towards schools. Improve teacher education programs. Vet teacher candidates more thoroughly. Longer teacher probationary periods. New teaching mentoring as in New Hartford. If you want to check a good teacher mentoring program, New Hartford Central School has one of the best I can dream of. Give teachers and administrators real authority, reduce emphasis on sports, more time on task, tutorial services for some, smaller groups for all, longer school year, a longer school day, multiple diploma outcomes, earlier access to BOCES for some, allow different graduation scenarios. Some kids can do it in 3 years, some 4, some 5, some 6. I don't believe in this cohort business. The state punishes a local school district by the percentage of children who graduate with their cohorts. What a bunch of nonsense. Use those, that's it. Kids are different and travel at different rates. So if a kid takes 5 years, took me 5 years, in case you're interested. Full disclosure. I was bounced out of school as a 16-year-old senior. Thank God I was, because I needed growing up. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Go back to the original purpose of public schools, but some schools have a need for being community schools. That's the short list, Assemblyman, and if you want, I shall email the rest. Charles Stanley sent a letter that stated 2 of our most famous presidents observed Thanksgiving. Washington formally recognized it, and Lincoln declared it a national holiday. Today, he said, it's become a time for feasting, football, and being the first one to the mall. Unbelievers get a pass. Believers oftentimes are distracted and forget they possess the greatest gift of all, salvation. May you and your family continue to enjoy the awareness of God's love. Thank you very much.
How can we top that, Joe? I just want to say, give just a little bit of praise for Joe. I've known him for a number of years before I was even a member of the Assembly, and he's always sends me a lot of very thoughtful emails, just like his presentation today. And one of my most exciting was when he gave me the idea to actually put in a bill for the local diploma, so that we would have the opportunity for children to have, when you were talking about SHOP and some of these other things. I remember SHOP when I was in school. I remember signing up for my Social Security in 8th grade. We didn't get it when we were kids back then. And I just remember all these practical things that we learned in school, because when you're talking about, college ready, isn't it really about getting us ready for life? Really, it's about getting us, that's what school's about, and that was what my great experiences were in school. But I put in this local diploma bill, and we almost got it out, actually, a couple times, but unfortunately, it's kind of been revamped, and I think Anthony Brindisi's got a version of it, or he's got a group of bills. But I think that would help a lot of students and that are falling through the cracks here with this Common Core. And I just want to say one quick thing before we get to our next speaker, is that one school board member from a school district I'm not going to mention did say to me, New Hartford, which is rated one of the top 100 schools, I think it's like 13th in the upstate schools, and you were talking about the mentoring program. I went to New Hartford, my son went to New Hartford, my entire family went there. It was a great public school. But this one person did say to me, 50% of the students pass the Common Core at New Hartford, and we're hoping that 80% graduate. I'm like, 80%? What about the 20%? Aren't we graduating almost 100% of the students right now? And that's a huge concern to me, that's our standard. And where are we going with this? And I just really want to just take a second to thank Joe and for all his years of advice, and also for being a substitute teacher at New Hartford. My son actually used to have Mr. Bottini, so.
Much to his chagrin.
No, it was all, I have to say, I had great experiences, my entire family, and my son, 30 years later, had a great experience at New Hartford as well. So I really believe in public schools. I think they do a great job.
He's going to be one of our finest in the year.
We hope.
God bless his service.
Joe,
Thank you.
The only thing I would change, is change from children need to be fed to children need to be nourished. That's the only suggestion I have.
Thank you. I just tried to keep the agricultural analogy going. That's
Claudia's going to fill us in later.
I want to tell you an interesting thing, though. I did do a seminar. I did a group thing at Watson Williams School. We did Albany Comes to You, because a lot of the students in our area, because we're high needs districts, we can't afford to be in Albany. like many of those rich schools in Long Island and Westchester, where the kids are coming in all during June. We don't have the resources. We're educating our students as the best we can with little resources. And I do want to say the Watson Williams students, we sent out a bill and put them in a committee, and one of them, they all voted to increase the school day and the length of the school day and to go to school on Saturdays, which I thought was really interesting coming from fourth graders. So they were. This is before Common Core. It was a couple years ago, but they were getting a great experience in school. So, I mean, I think there could a lot of reasons behind that, which we won't get into, but I just want to make that comment.
I need a nap now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know you need a nap. Colleen Patucci. Hi.
Thank you for coming tonight. And I have so much information. I've been following the In Bloom situation since April, and I've contacted the state ed department so many times I can't even count. And I don't get any answers on what's going on with my children's information. And why are they collecting all this data on our children? It's concerning to me. Why do they need to know students' bus routes? Why do they need to know their disciplinary records? Why do they need to have 400 data points on our children? I can understand why the local school districts need that, but why do they need that information at the state level? I feel like they're just profiling my child. And I feel like it's just a big label that's being slapped on our kids. So something that you've done in 4th grade or something that you've done in 10th grade that you might not be so proud of is going to follow you into college, is going to follow you into the workforce. So I'm very protective of my children. I think we all are very protective of our children. But why, as a child, should that have to follow you into the workforce, into college? I don't feel that's fair. So I'm really fighting to have this student data mining in the state be stopped. Like I said, I had something prepared, but everybody's spoken so well here tonight. That's really been my passion, and I'd like to see that stopped. The Common Core issues, I'll just share with you a little homework my son had the other night in 5th grade. So a number is divided by 6, then 8 is added to the quotient. Next, 3 is subtracted from the sum. The result is 7. What is the number? He's 10. They're 10 and 11-year-olds. They're trying to figure out how to do long division. I mean, why are we trying to trick the kids with math questions? Math has always been black and white. I don't understand why they can't get the foundation first and then build to a question like that. We worked on that question for about a half an hour. I've been through college. I couldn't figure it out, to be quite honest with you. I'm certainly not a math major. But my son, who is in accelerated math, he was able to help us after about 15 minutes of working on the problem. So it took 45 minutes for one math problem for a 5th grader. So that's where I think you're finding frustration. In addition to that, my son, who's in 9th grade, he was in 8th grade last year, accelerated student in math. So he took the algebra regents, passed the algebra regents, but he took the 8th grade math state test, failed to meet proficiency on the 8th grade math state test. So now he is in need of AIS monitoring. So which fine, go ahead, help him, add more help, but aren't we taking away from the children who really need help? I just don't understand the whole process. And so here's a child who was good in math and who was confident in math and was excited about math and is now discouraged with math and isn't excelling anymore in math. So the whole process has just been very frustrating. And I just want to say thank you for coming again. And I don't want to keep going on and on, but you get the idea. So thank you again.
We really appreciate your input.
Yeah, I just want to, Colleen is a nice Valley girl. She's the one that marched into my office and gave me all the information, educated me. And I have to say, when she started talking about In Bloom, I was a little skeptical, but I did do due diligence and look it up, and she was right in everything you said. So thank you for making me aware.
It's surprising that they've been able to keep it so quiet in the state education department about In Bloom. And
you saw the hearing, you watched it stream last week, right? And I think Kathy Nolan said that she was caught off guard by a lot of the elements of what was going on.
It's hard to believe. And so when you approach educators, when you approach people and tell them this information, they think you're a little not right. There's laws that protect. There's laws that protect you. There's FERPA laws, they'll tell you. Well, the FERPA laws were changed in 2011. So there is no protection anymore of, our student data. There really isn't any right for the parents to give consent. I don't want my child's personal health records out there. I don't want their personal information out there. If they choose to release it when they're old enough, then that's up to them. But it's really not for the state education department to decide what's released on my child.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. Just information about your child. It could be information about you and what your job is, how much you make, your
they're profiling
your parents.
They're profiling our children. Yeah. And basically they're trying to squeeze them into this little box to say, this is what you can do. This is what they don't know their potential. They don't know if somebody's gonna work hard enough to get to that goal at the end, they don't know what their potential is gonna be. So don't try to squeeze them into a box when they're in 5th grade or when they're in 9th grade. So again, thank you for your time, and I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Social Security, I can't afford to use it.
Aren't you a retired teacher? You don't get retirement? Just kidding. All right. That's true. Okay, Jim Chase.
Good evening. My name is Jim Chase. I come to you tonight as a parent, a taxpayer, as a grandparent. I have 6 children. I have 7 grandchildren, and more on the way. And you guys heard part of this because we were in Baldwinsville. And as a parent, I sit here and I wonder, and I have been wondering for several years right now, that where the disconnect came in Albany, where the parent was left out of the mix here because our parents are our first teachers. It starts there, it starts at home. They are the first teachers. They stay with their kids, hopefully, throughout their entire education, and they are partners in this. They are partners with the teachers. They are partners with the school district, and they should be partners with their legislators. None of these people should be victims, and unfortunately, they become victims. You know, the parents. My daughter called me the other night. She had My granddaughter had a math problem, and I didn't write it down. I'm sorry, I wasn't as astute as that. But, you know, I handed the phone to my wife because I am a teacher as well. I teach global studies at Adirondack. I'm also the president of the Adirondack Teachers Association as well. So what I'm doing is I'm seeing all this from all the sides, and she asked me the question. And when my older children were growing up, I took care of the English and the social studies. My wife, who's a medical technologist, a chief medical technologist right now, and licensed, you know, nationally as well, certified nationally. She took care of the science and the math, and I handed the phone over to my wife. My wife handed it back to me and said, "You're the teacher." And when my wife can't answer a math question, we're in trouble. You know, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm very much, I extremely thankful, as I was in Baldwinsville when I was able to speak there, that the individuals that were there, two of which are right here tonight, were similar to you, all of you that are here, and you actually listened. I was at Whitesboro, and I had the opportunity. I didn't speak there, I listened, but I did see a gentleman come up to the microphone with some websites that I was familiar with. He had a laptop in his hand, and I want to deal with your question here about education. Where's the crisis? I'm here to tell you, as a parent, as a taxpayer, as a teacher, there isn't a crisis in education. All right? There's a crisis in government. All right? A big crisis in government. All right? When I see Arnie Duncan, our Secretary of Education, dodging questions on the Bill Maher show on HBO and dodging questions on PBS, I'm asking where did this guy come from? And the other thing that's really bothersome to me as a parent and a taxpayer is it seems like the farther we go in education, especially in public education right now, I have no real experience in private education, I'm going to tell you that. All of my children are products, either are now or have been, or still are, because I'm still paying for them in college and grad school, and I'm sure a lot of you have done the same. I'm just very, very curious as to why the farther we move up, the less educational experience we have. And it bothers me to no end, frankly, that we are led in the state ed department by a group of individuals that have little or no in the classroom educational experience. You know, it bothers me as a parent, it bothers me as a teacher. And as a union leader, I keep telling my colleagues that they have to keep pushing, and they have to keep working ahead, and we're doing as much time as we can. But I've got to tell you right now that this has to come to an end. In every major website you go to, whether it's in this state or in this nation or in the world, New York State education is valued. They're either first or second all the way around. And that gentleman in Whitesboro, which I would say we were at Whitesboro, the audience there that I estimate was around 1,000 or 1,200 people, were met by, in my estimation, an extremely hostile group of individuals sitting where you are right now, that actually at one point was scolding the crowd because the crowd was unhappy with the answers that they were getting from the commissioner, because the only thing the commissioner would say would, "Let me be clear," and then nothing was clear. All right? And he probably said that, I counted at least 12 times, "Let me be clear," and there wasn't anything clear. How can a gentleman And I'm sure he's a very learned man. He espoused all his degrees, and I certainly didn't go to Harvard or Yale or wherever the Ivy League schools he was. I spent my time in SUNY schools. And so did my kids, the ones that are older. But I got to tell you, every single one of them are public school graduates, and every single, I'm going to watch my son in a month graduate from law school. You know, my oldest son. And he went from public school to the U.S. Marine Corps, served his country, is still serving his country, and at the same time, he got his master's degree and then went on and he's finishing up his law degree. And that was all starting right here in New York State. Like every single one of my kids, all right? My grandchildren, my mom and dad went to schools right here in New York State. You know, and I don't believe there's a crisis here. Can there always be improvement? Absolutely. There's always going to be improvement. And are there some rays of improvement embedded someplace in the Common Core? Yeah, I'm sure they are. But I got to tell you right now, they are far outweighed by the damage that it's doing to our kids. I'm watching 14 and 15-year-old kids not coming to school anymore because they don't want to be there. And I got to tell you right now that as a parent and as a teacher, the one thing we have to do is we have to support our kids, all right? And we have to help them see the purpose for going to school, all right? And that purpose is so they can become contributing members of our society. Life skills, I believe, is the way you described it, Assemblyman Butler. That's what our real goal is here. And whether they're electricians, whether they're plumbers, my brother's a master plumber, you know, and he makes a good dollar doing it in the Rochester area. There's nothing wrong with that. We need plumbers, we need welders, we need electricians. And as you say, not everybody can be nuclear physicists, but we need a few of them as well. And we've got some coming through if we make sure we paid attention to the science end of this aspect as well, like Rob Wood was talking about. But we need, what we really need right now is we need legislature and the legislators to step up as statesmen, as public servants, which you people are doing, all right? I'm sorry to say not everyone is doing. You know, and that 1% that we always hear that controls all the money, the Bill Gates, you know, the Steve Jobs, and I'm not gonna malign a man that's deceased, but I gotta tell you right now, if we could do a Regents exam in how to text with those two thumbs, you know, I don't think any kid would fail that exam, you know, especially with the iPods or anything like that. You want to pass some laws, do the teachers a favor and start banning them from school grounds or something like that, you know. That'd be one of the favors that we could do, because we're always battling the cell phones and the iPods and everything else under the sun. But that's all part of life, all right? That's all part of life. And what we need to do is we need to support our kids, we need to support our teachers. And we are going to support you people. But there's one thing I am going to say, and I've heard you say it a couple of times, several of you say it. In a year, there's going to be an election. And I can tell you, I personally, and I believe every person in this room, I would hope, all right, we have finally begun to wake up, all right? It's like description of the Admiral Yamamoto, right after the attack on Pearl Harbor, when he said in his memoirs that what he feared is all that they had done by the attack on Pearl Harbor is wake up a sleeping giant. And I got to tell you right now, this state legislature, what they've done is they're waking up the sleeping giant. And what we are going to do is, we may be part of the 99%, all right, and the 1% may have the money, but things we are going to do, we are going to vote. And we are going to vote for the people that are our statesmen, our public servants. Not the politicians that count on the Pearsons and all the other corporations to make sure their coffers are filled so they can run for re-election. And I liked your remark, Assemblyman Graff in particular, when you said, we were talking right after in Baldwinsville, when you said you really didn't care whether you got re-elected or not. You know, that you were there to serve the people. And that's the measure of a statesman. All right? That's the measure. Those are the kind of people that we need in our state legislature. And where's Andrew Cuomo? I could tell you where he is. He's behind the curtain pulling all the strings. We should probably change his name to Oz. All right? Because he's this little guy in there that thinks that he's got all the answers and so on until somebody finally pulls the drape across and sees exactly what we're dealing with. All right? We're dealing with somebody that's got an extremely high opinion of themselves, all right, and whose opinion from out here is slinking all the time, in my opinion. All right? But not just them, the other ones as well. All right? So I leave with you this. One, we need to repeal the Common Core. We need to do that, and we need to do that as soon as we can. All right? We also need to repeal Educational Law 3012C, which is your APPR, because it's absolutely ridiculous that we're judging teachers that can't even make up their final exams, can't see them beforehand, don't even get to grade them, all right, but we're being judged on them, all right? And our elementary teachers, I spend probably the majority of my time as a union leader with elementary teachers, and they're at their wits' end because these modules, you know, they just, and unfortunately, I think that we've taken the state says we have to do it, so we have to do it. And the problem is the question, you know, we can do this, how can we do this? And I think you're seeing elementary teachers across the state of New York, whether it be down in your neck of the woods in Long Island or up where I live in the North Country, where, by the way, it's snowing when it came down. Please, let's put these things to the side. And let's get back to trusting the professionals. We're fingerprinting teachers. You know, we're doing criminal background checks. You know, we're doing all these things here. You know, and now what we're doing is we're not only judging them on the content of what's going on here, we're judging them on how they dress, how they look, how many times they show up in a hallway, you know, how many meetings they go to, how long do they spend at these meetings. You know, teachers right now are at their wits' end. And parents are at their wits' end. We need some help.
Let me ask you.
Sure.
Your representative, and another thing we were talking about is teachers that get their special ed certification.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some kids that are developmentally, they're here, but Common Core expects them to be here.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way they can ever get there because of their disability. And here's one of my fears too, is that if we're going to judge teachers that are working with most disabled children and trying to get them to, you know, function in the world as far as, you know, count money so they don't get ripped off, be able to take the bus where they have to go, maybe be able to get some kind of job set so they can get a job in order to mainstream them a little bit so that they can live in the community and stuff. And these are highly, I mean, in my experience, these are teachers that really put themselves out, you know, for heartache and everything else when it comes to kids with real disabilities. But if they know that they're going to be judged, okay, in a classroom, that, you know, they were never able to get those students to hear, right? Why would anybody go and get their certification for special ed?
You're absolutely correct, and I'll go one step farther. I had to spend several weeks this fall, all right, because a number of the teachers that you're talking about in the special needs areas received absolutely no points on the last 20. Why? Because their children were being judged, their students. And I say children at the same time because I don't know of a teacher that doesn't think of their students as their children as well. I treat them just like I would treat my own kids. But those teachers received no points. And I had to sit down and we had to work out a solution to that because that's wrong. That's morally wrong, that's ethically wrong. And the thing that seems to be coming out here is what's moral and ethical isn't necessarily legal. But let me tell you right now, what's legal is not necessarily moral and ethical. And the Common Core, all right, and the APPR, the PDP, and every single other set of initials that we've invented here, all right, they're not fair either. You know what I mean? There's when we have to start inventing initials upon initials upon initials. Got to let the people do their jobs, let the professionals. You know, how many of those people are walking into a surgeon? My wife had brain surgery, unfortunately, 7 years ago. You know, and right here in upstate New York, at one of our teaching hospitals, I might add, that I know that the governor would like to see at least some of them closed in the New York City area, if not all of them, which I think is absolutely ludicrous. All right? But we sat there for days not knowing whether or not we were going to celebrate my wife's birthday or bury her. You know, I didn't stand over that surgeon's shoulder and look and see what he was doing and ask him a bunch of questions. I just asked him to take good care of my wife. And I think that's what the parents are doing right now in this state, is they're asking teachers to take good care of their children. And we're trying. But it's like swimming up Niagara Falls right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's like swimming up Niagara Falls with what we have to work with. And I'm asking you, you know, I'm pleading with you, please. You know, and I know it's across the aisle, and I know they may have, or they think they have the majority, but please help us remind them. Come election day next year, we're going to remember the ones that are the statesmen and the ones that are public servants, and we're going to remember the ones that are the politicians. All right, the ones that give the term politician a name that you'd like to go wash your mouth out with soap after you say it. And thank God for you people, okay? And I hope we can elect as many of you people as possible next fall. And I hope everybody in this room will work as hard as they can to make sure that happens. Thank you very much.
A quick comment, Mr. Chase. I was familiar with the quote you used of Admiral Yamamoto, but I prefer the one by the American admiral who said after Pearl Harbor, when the shooting starts, they call on the sons of bitches. That's why we brought Alan Ray here. So
I didn't want to use that quote because it's questionable language here. And I've been known to tout a few of those. But I thank you for your time, and I thank you for being here. And please do what you can as the statesmen and the public servants that you are. Remind the rest of them, we're watching, all right? And you're either going to come over to this side where they should be, all right? Or maybe you can go find something else. Chase a few ambulances, bury a few people, you know, whatever their profession was at one time or another, all right? But they certainly don't deserve to be in the same seats with you people. Take care.
Everybody signed a petition to the governor here? There's cards outside. It's got my ugly mug on it. And it says fixnyschools.com. Please go on there. The more the merrier. We're over 18,000 signatures to the governor.
One other thing in passing, if I may.
Go ahead.
All right. With all the pull-out programs that we're doing right now, I'm going to quote one of my colleagues who's, I believe, still. Lauren, are you still here? No, maybe not. One of my colleagues looked and said, maybe if we're lucky with all the pullouts and the group grading, and you know how degrading it is for a teacher not to be able to grade your own exams? You know, what are we, thieves? You know, that's a problem. But what she said is maybe if we're lucky, after all the pullouts and the group grading and everything else, maybe we can really start teaching somewhere around January and February. You know, somewhere's thereabouts.
To see where the kids need work.
We see them after the kids get them.
Right. And one of the things, the point of a test is not real, it's to judge the teacher. It's to give you, it's a tool. The way I was taught, a test is a tool to see if I got the concept through to the kids or not. And a test gives me the ability to say, okay, these children got it, but these children didn't. And it gives me an opportunity to go back and reteach it to those children so they don't lose that building block. We've perverted what tests are for. And I mean, in Plattsburgh, you know, that's what and that was a SUNY school too.
Yeah.
But Plattsburgh, they taught us that the purpose of the test, right, was to help us teach. It wasn't to just sit there and put a kid into a box and say, you failed, so sad, you know? It gave us an opportunity to judge ourselves. And as a teacher, you're always evaluating yourself. You're always evaluating your lesson plans. And I just think that the concept that, you know, teachers aren't being evaluated, there's self-evaluation every day. And I don't know of one teacher that wants a kid to fail. Right? The biggest, hardest thing for me was to sit there and fail a kid on a test. All right, when I had a kid that failed a test, you know, what I would do is sit them down with me and go over the questions. And you would find 9 times out of 10 that he understood it. He understood the lesson, or she understood the lesson, you know, but they got the wrong answer on the test. And the test wasn't an example of what knowledge that child actually got. I don't know if I'm wrong, but that's the way I felt. And it was so hard for me to fail a kid on a test.
I know of no teachers that won't bend over backwards to help every kid that's there, do whatever they can. And poverty is a big thing. And nobody's taken any of that into consideration. And quite frankly, you know, my biggest fear? 2 tiers of education. The tier that the people with the money can go to whatever school they want to go, and the public school tier that's been squeezed dry. And that's where everybody else ends up. Let's not let that happen. All right? Let's stop this train before it crashes. Thank you.
James and Jessica, you want to come together? Where is she? Sure. Why not? Husband and wife team. James and Jessica McNair. There you go.
Such a gentleman. You want to go first or second, Jess?
It doesn't matter.
Want to go first?
Sure.
Okay, ladies first. No, we're all on the same side.
Here we are. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns. I appreciate you taking so much time out of your day and evening to be here. Thanks to everybody for staying. I speak today as a concerned parent and also as a New York State certified elementary and special education teacher with 6 years experience teaching in the New Hartford Central School District. I'd like to make it very clear that I am a firm believer in the promise of public schools, and I hold teachers in the highest regard, not because I have chosen teaching as my profession, but because day after day, night after night, teachers and school staff keep the best interests of my child at the front of their minds. I'm able to sleep well at night knowing that my child is cared for in my absence. And to the teachers here today, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, teachers' efforts to thoughtfully educate my 6-year-old child are being overrun by a corporate reform agenda better known as Common Core. Touted as the means by which we will improve our schools and better prepare students, on paper and at first glance, Common Core may sound like a wonderful idea. Do not be fooled. Any good intentions of Common Core, if there really were any, were immediately minimized during their development 4 years ago with the presence of corporate America and the glaring absence of experienced teachers, special educators, and child development experts. Perhaps this is why we see developmentally inappropriate curriculum being pushed down to the lowest grades, a lack of socialization and play, and a drop in the overall well-being of all students. In choosing to backwards map the Common Core, we have raised the bar so high that students, particularly our youngest and those with special needs, they are not developmentally able to succeed. Moreover, we have stolen our children's opportunity to build a solid foundation of self and a solid foundation for learning, and traded it in for standardized tests that will be used to determine teacher, principal, and school effectiveness. With such high stakes attached to tests, I cannot in good conscience be angry with teachers, principals, or superintendents for attempting to make the best of the unfunded reform agenda being thrust upon them. After all, with only 2 signatures, Commissioner King's and Governor Cuomo's, every single one of them also found themselves and their own careers caught in the middle of this nightmare. I can, however, ask that we work together to make things right and insist that our school leaders stand up for students rather than pander to state ed. I urge parents to speak with teachers, principals, and superintendents to voice their concerns. Too much homework? No time for science instruction in the classroom? Too many tests? Skipping snack time to get work done? It need not be this way, and it should not be this way. Parents, demand from school leaders that we stop this race to nowhere and do not take high standards, college and career ready, or we might lose money for an answer. It is time our school leaders stop hiding behind the erroneous and misguided demands of the state education department and instead start standing up for children. Parents, refuse to participate in New York State grade 3-8 exams this spring. Network with others locally, opt out CNY to find out how. Parents, it is up to us to lead the way and demand better. Parents, it is up to us to speak out for every single child in New York State. That is why I'm here this evening. As a parent of a young child who is being robbed of the opportunity to build a solid foundation for learning, and as an educator who cares about the well-being of every single child across this state, it is not okay to say, my child is doing fine. This is bigger than that. I'm here to ask our state legislators to stand by me and demand better for our children. And on that note, I thank you. Common Core are not the answer to our problems. In fact, to address our students' needs, it must first be acknowledged that any positive aspects of Common Core cannot prevail when tied to the corporate reform agenda of the wealthy, including State Ed's own Chancellor Meryl Tisch, who's given $1 million of her own money to support Common Core in New York. In addition, I urge you, our state legislators, to appoint regents who will place a moratorium on Common Core, high-stakes testing, and the uploading of information to the In Bloom cloud. Most of all, respect and leadership must be returned to the conversation. Time and time again, Commissioner King and Chancellor Tisch have dismissed the valid and real concerns of their constituents. While their push to implement Common Core in New York State was an egregious error, their lack of attention to the concerns of students, parents, teachers, and school leaders across New York State goes against the most essential element of successful teaching in humankind: respect. Let us go back to the drawing board, develop standards in a democratic fashion, and involve all stakeholders in the process so that we can return focus to those who deserve it most, our children. Thank you.
Likewise, I'd like to thank you very much for making the time and space for us all here to have our voices heard. It brings us a lot of peace to know that there is someone, or there are a group of people who are listening, so thank you, really. Many before here tonight have poured out their feelings and their souls in recounting the horrors that we've had to endure in the last year dealing with State Ed's reform agenda. And I could share some of those with you, but what I've chosen to do instead is read a letter written by a school leader in Rensselaer, New York. And it's kind of a how-to guide on how we can prepare our kids to be successful for the future. It reads, Dear parents, 2 weeks ago I attended the New York State Association of Independent School Heads of School conference. The conference featured Yang Zhao, an author and professor at the University of Seattle. Zhao's message focused on the importance of developing an educational system and curriculum that cultivates key skills like creative and strategic thinking, digital learning, and problem solving. As a son of Chinese farmers, he said he was a failure at being a peasant. He talked about how he has lived his life pursuing what we all pursue, not failing. He pointed out that he's not alone in that failing. None of us like to fail. Yet in U.S. schools, the focus is on student deficits rather than strengths. This in turn leads to student disengagement. He also described his goal for his daughter at age 15 not to live in his basement. This is accomplished by helping children discover and practice what they are good at and help them discover these skills and expertise. He also talked about the strengths of the students in his homeland China and those in India. They are strong test takers. Students in the U.S. have not been strong test takers, even for 50 years ago. Strengths of the U.S. have been in creativity and innovation. The U.S. has been concerned about the Chinese exceeding the U.S. in academic skills, and the Chinese have been concerned that their education system will not produce the next Steve Jobs or creative entrepreneurs until the changes to the Chinese educational systems occur. This is already happening. In August, the Chinese Ministry of Education announced significant changes in primary, releasing the 10 regulations to lessen academic burden for primary school students. In order to best prepare our children, Zhao said we need to help them develop entrepreneurial qualities such as risk-taking, empathy, confidence, alertness to opportunity, all the soft skills that are extremely important. In U.S. schools, we attempt to take curiosity, passion, and creativity, multiple intelligences, cultural diversity, and individual differences, and squash them through the sausage maker school system, zapping these qualities into what we think will be an employable worker. He asked the question, what is the best way to kill curiosity in students? The answer? Give them all the answers. Cramming and covering vast quantities of information kills curiosity. He pointed to a study done years ago where children were asked in first grade, who in this class is an artist? Everyone raises their hand. The same question is asked again in senior high, and few raise their hands. If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. Albert Einstein. Zhao says that investing in testing will only create good test takers, and test scores are not valid predictors of success. If we invest our resources in tests, we will get good test takers. If we spend our time celebrating and encouraging our variety of abilities, creativity, and diverse thinking, we will better help our students to succeed. Testing should be a tool, not the focus. Test scores are a poor reflection of what our students could be learning and distract teachers from the real work of helping students discover, be curious, work collaboratively, and interact with each other in meaningful ways. Interestingly, he also mentioned his children went to a Montessori school. For more on Yang Zhao, please visit his website. Have a wonderful weekend. Sincerely, Susan Cambrick, Head of School, Woodland Hills Montessori School. For those in the room that don't know, Woodland Hills Montessori School is the private school where Commissioner John King has chosen to send his own children. I am certainly not the first critic to cast light on this hypocrisy, and trust me, it gets my ire up that he's capable of such a contradiction. But it's not why I chose to share this letter. Many have called him out before on that. The reason I chose to share this letter is because I want everybody to know what our schools should look like. And I want to make the case that many of us, I mean, you four for sure, but everybody in this room, we share that vision, oddly enough, including John King. I, like many, have been pushing to bring an ed to the state ed agenda for the last year. And lately I've had a question in my mind, and that's, when we're successful and we get rid of that agenda, what then? The time to start thinking about what comes next is now. There are many who are ready and willing to roll up their sleeves and get busy repairing all the damage that's been done. And all we need is the collective will to stop where we are, admit that we've made a mistake, and start over. Public schools are the foundation of our communities, the cradle of our economy, and the parents in this room will no longer stand for our schools to be privatized and our children commoditized. The parents in New York State have woken up, and we will not rest until we have our schools back, and we will take them back. And I know we can do it because I don't have to tell you, we have seen courage and leadership spring from every town, hamlet, and city in New York State. The concern for our children has brought us together, and our collective voice will no longer be silenced. And so with that, I want to thank you very much for carrying our voice back to Albany, and please let your colleagues, your other elected colleagues and appointed colleagues in Albany know that we will not stop until we have our schools back. Thank you.
No questions? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your information you've been giving me over the last few weeks. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Next, Don Smith, Frank Monacovo, and Steve Schrey. 8, 7. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Great.
I come to you not as a trained educational professional, but as a parent of 4 children. 2 7-year-olds in 2nd grade, 1 5-year-old who's in kindergarten with mental disabilities as well as behavior disabilities, and a 3-year-old. I am totally opposed to this Common Core. My child from day 1 of school has come home, states he's bored. His behavior issues tend to get in the way, and because of that, and the Common Core, the way that they want to box everyone in, he's not necessarily given the extra opportunities to learn and progress in different strengths that he has. I don't agree with this Common Core. I think it's pretty sad that my 2 7-year-olds that are in 2nd grade now come to me to help them with their homework, and I have a deer in the headlights look. I have to go back to these teachers and spend my time at schools learning the material to attempt to help my children with their homework. Parents are the first people that they come to for help outside of teachers, and we shouldn't have to relearn in order to help our children progress in school. I think they're throwing everything at these kids all at once. It's too much. My kids come home frustrated, upset, they don't want to go to school. I think that putting everyone into a box, as it's been repeated throughout the night, as I've sat here and listened, we're beating a dead horse. It's just not working. Teachers are on edge. Teachers shouldn't have to worry about what group of kids they may have gotten into their mix of students as to whether they're going to have a job the next year or not. I don't feel it's fair. I've met with teachers. I spend a lot of time with my kids' teachers going over different techniques, things they can and can't do because of the modules and how they have to move. And I don't feel that it's fair. My children are essentially being left behind in certain aspects and not having the ability to grow because the specified time that each module is given that they have to spend learning that material. That's all I have. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Frank.
Hello, thank you very much for coming and holding this forum. I come to you as a former teacher. I only taught a year, but I was also a parent of a child in school a few years ago, so I don't have to deal with the new changes in Common Core directly, but also as a former school board member. And about 15 years ago, the regents came out with new so-called higher standards. And I looked at those standards, and they seemed very different from what I had been taught back in Teachers College. And they seemed very different from what I thought education should be. And I look at the Common Core standards, and I'm getting the same impression. And the issue that I'm seeing is, I think we've shifted the focus of public education from transferring a body of knowledge that most people can agree upon should go from the older generation to the younger generation so they don't have to reinvent the wheel, to performance. What's the problem with that? Well, knowledge is something that's easy to identify and easy to objectively assess. Performance, however, is subjective to judge, and I think that's where we're running into trouble. When we look at these new standards, to me anyway, they seem to put the emphasis on performance. What makes up performance? Knowledge is a part of that, for sure. But you have other things that confound what can be taught in school. You've got maturity. I think that's probably the big one for a lot of people. You have genetic background. You have disabilities. You have family background, socioeconomic status, and so on. There are many different things. If we're trying to shoehorn our children into all attaining a certain level of performance, it's like asking me to play championship basketball. I'm just not going to do it. And that's where I think a lot of frustration a lot of the parents that complain about what's going on now with their children, that's where the frustration is coming from. We're trying to make the children all perform alike. It's not doable. And it sort of really, it makes you wonder, are we really testing now what the children are learning in school, or are we just sorting them into subjective groups for perhaps that workforce of the future? I don't know what the answer is, but I think the emphasis on performance really needs to be looked at very carefully. I think it would be much better if we agreed on certain things that we think all children should know and gear our standards and our assessments on those things, on knowledge. Performance will come when a child is ready for it. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
I think it's interesting. I've seen some of the things that you've spoken about. And I just have a question for you is I know that a big issue that we keep talking about, and when you're talking about performance and what standard, are we trying to create, for lack of a better word, a lot of Bill Gates is out there, people that I don't even know if he's a math science person, but I know we've talked about the STEM issue and how we're going to take all our kids and we're going to make them all STEM ready so that our society is going to be this great, group of students that are great at science, technology, and math. How is that possible? Because I know with me, I got to a point in math where I said, okay, it's over for me. I'm better at something else, and I know my brother was like a super genius at math, it just was his strength. And I just don't, I think that you touch on something that's really profound here. How do we get that back to that individual standard as opposed to this, like, where are we going with this?
Well,
I guess, what do you think?
I think if you put the emphasis on knowledge, right, that's the starting point. I was a science major. My major was earth science. Some people thought, well, that's kind of a boring subject. I loved it. I thought it was great. But what it was is that I had the hunger to learn more about the world around me. That's knowledge. That's a hunger for knowledge. And that hunger for knowledge is in every student. Some students gravitate more to one subject than another. But I think all students want knowledge. Performance, however, is something entirely different. And I looked at the changes in the earth science curriculum between the time I took earth science 50 years ago and when my son took it like about 10 years ago. And the emphasis with him was group activities, lots of labs. I looked at his textbook and it read like something I had in graduate school, phase diagrams for magma and different minerals precipitating out at different temperatures and so on. I thought, this wasn't appropriate for high school. But it also turned the subject that for me was very exciting and interesting into a chore. And I think that's what's happened because we expect these children to do things. You have to do so many labs now to be able to graduate. I don't think that's the point.
Right, you're getting your ticket punched for something else. Right?
Give them something to know, and those that are interested in the subject will go on to bigger and better things. But I think when you turn everything into drudgery, that's why we don't have the STEM majors, I think, that we need. We've made it so much work for them, and work in a bad way, where it's busy work, not work where they're actually learning something. I think that's why we don't have the science majors that we used to have and that we need to have.
Great, thank you.
Can I just mention one thing, because you brought it up in terms of sorting the students and categories, labeling. Somebody, I think earlier, stated. It was interesting back about a month ago, I guess, when we had one of our hearings on Long Island, we had a woman come up and testify who had been educated in China as a child. And she came there not as a parent, not as a teacher, but because she was scared that what she was seeing here was going to become what she had basically said she had escaped from there. and feeling like as a young child, you were just getting, sorted out and, okay, you're not a student, you're gonna, be over here, we'll concentrate on this minute few that we think can go, to the moon, and everybody else, fine, wherever you end up is fine, but that's not going to be our focus. And she had a real concern with that, and some of our staff actually beforehand were talking to her, and she's saying, I don't know if I want to, speak or whatever, and they implored her to please get up and tell that story, because I thought it was a very moving message to think that here's somebody who was educated in one of these places that were supposedly lagging so far behind, and she was coming to heed the warning to us, don't go there.
And the other thing too is, another realization that I just had was talking about spitting out the answer. A couple of people just said it. Students learn to spit out the answer. Here's the answer. And one of the things that I laugh the most about in my practice in law is I'll read like the law spelled out, and they'll say, here's the law, and I always wind up asking the question, that's nice, but what does that mean? Okay? And, there were times where I'd argue in court, and I'd have two cases back to back, and I would walk up to a judge and argue that this law meant this. And he'd sit there and I'd get his attention and I'd explain to him why it meant that. And after that case was done, I'd get up with almost the same exact case and argue that this law meant that, And he'd go, wait a minute, didn't you just argue the complete opposite 2 minutes ago? And I'd say, well, that's a different case, Judge. But we're getting away from people sitting there and asking, kids delving into it, and just give us the answer and move along. Okay, let's not discuss the answer. Let's not discuss how we got there. So, when you're talking about your son's book and stuff, it's where you have the love for science, he's just regurgitating what they want him to say.
I kind of get the impression that maybe you're not seeing the value in rote learning.
Okay.
But I think there is value in rote learning, because at some point, it's something that you will recall in the future when you may need it. You might not know now or at the time that you're learning when you're going to need that, but you will at some point recall that lesson at some point in the future. You make your arguments to the judge with regard to what a particular law means, but you make your arguments based on facts in each case. Unless you know the facts ahead of time, you can't make an argument. And this is what upsets me when I hear people talking about, we're going to teach kids to think critically. How can you teach kids to think critically when you haven't given them any knowledge to critically think about? That's the point. We're withholding so much knowledge now from these kids and having them spend all their time doing stuff that they come out of school not really knowing what their parents and grandparents learned. And that's a serious threat, I think, to the future of this country.
Yeah, I think we agree with each other in a way, because I want the kids to be able to look at what we're teaching them and to actually internalize it and be able to ask those questions on, okay, why is it like that? Why does it, what does that word mean? Okay, because that's what I do a lot, Plus, I like to screw around with the judge when he's up on the bench. But,
Wait, I got to warn you, Al, he's a judge.
Well, there you go. Then guys like me when I come up.
See, he's ready for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay. Steve Schrey. One more. You got to relax, Joe, okay? One more. This is all, we're getting, this is great, though. All right, what do you think?
Is Joe coming up again?
Again, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
It's been terrific to listen to the testimony and to hear your response. My name's Steve Schrey. I'm an educator from New York Mills Central Schools, and I've also served on Board of Education in Sequoia, New York, and I'm just here to make some observations. First of all, I want to talk about scrutiny. We're going to scrutinize our administrators, we're going to scrutinize our teachers, we're going to scrutinize our students. And it occurs to me that the one thing that really hasn't gone through the scrutiny is the Common Core state standards. I'm ashamed that we've not put an immediate stop to the Common Core state standards based on one glaring fact, that they make absolutely no provision for almost 3 million students who live in this country who have either a physical or mental disability, or both. And it's too late. In the rush to do what's corporately and politically profitable, these so-called education reforms have simply ignored over 5% of our national student population. How is it possible? How is it legal? I know one thing, it's unacceptable. I know another thing, it's already too late. We've already begun to ask students to do things that they know themselves they're not capable of doing. We demand that they perform a task twice as difficult as the one they already cannot complete. Talk about feeling ashamed. Why should they, of all people, have to feel ashamed of their own disability? What is gained through the repeated humiliation of a child? Corporate education reform isn't about applying best practice pedagogy. I haven't met a K-12 educator yet who, if they had a choice, would select this inferior, incomplete, developmentally inappropriate material over what they've been using with great success for many years. Can John King or Merrill Tisch cite the learning theory most closely associated with any part of the Common Core state standard? I have the degrees. I posted the scores when I had to earn the right to have the responsibility, the awesome responsibility of delivering instruction founded and grounded in education learning theory. I can cite the learning theory most closely associated with any part of the lessons that I teach. I'm certified, I'm credentialed. I will not adopt bad education policy and sell it as education standards or education curriculum. The Common Core state standards should not be confused with legitimate education standards or education curriculum. What we're all spending millions of taxpayer dollars on is a bad attempt at student and teacher management. And you know what we found out? That over 90% of teachers outside of New York City were rated either effective or highly effective. Again, more wasted taxpayer money to tell us what we've always known about education in this state. And if we spend $1 more than another state on education, and we do it because we want to maintain our standard, it's $1 well spent. The launch of the Common Core state standards, the APPR, and accompanying testing have all been abject failures. The governor, the commissioner, the chancellor of the Board of Regents, and now each one of us as citizens of this state are culpable because we're all in positions to either accept or reject it. We must take the responsibility and the responsible steps now to reverse the course. We must do it because our children deserve it and nothing less. Thank you.
Well, that's our program. Thank you so much to all of you who came out and stayed through 4 hours or more of giving us an opportunity to learn more about this issue. And I thought it was phenomenal. I thought you all gave something unique, and I don't know, over 20 speakers, 22, 23 speakers, It's really been a great experience for me tonight. I know these guys have been all around the state hearing pretty much the same thing, but I know a lot of your school districts, I know a lot of you and where you teach, and it just really means a lot for us to hear it from you, from parents, from educators, from experts, beautifully articulated stories, analysis, and I really, really appreciate giving us the opportunity to hear from you. And I also want to just thank my colleagues and our staff for being here and to accommodate this event, and also to BOCES for not only having me in their district as my different district offices here, and but also for accommodating us tonight. This was really informative for me. I hope that I see those of you who stayed. I mean, this is a huge issue, and it may be the single most important issue that we're going to be facing in the short run here, at least hopefully in the short run if we can eliminate it. But next year, I just urge you, and I know you're all here because you're big supporters, but get to as many people as you can. We have more regions that are going to be considered. We have little say as to which regions get picked. It's very political. We need to continue to put the pressure on the governor and the majorities to understand what's going on here. I just don't think they're listening. I really don't. I just don't think they get it. I was talking to someone today on my way in here who was telling me, well, once I got through the first few things of Common Core with my granddaughter, I thought it wasn't so bad. And they just don't know all that you've explained today. They don't know, the Pearson, the In Bloom, the money that's being put into this, the corporate standards, the dismissal of our teachers and their credibility. And I just really appreciate you doing that. If anyone has anything else they want to say, I really keep up the fight. Don't give it up, because I really think that you really have a great message, and I think that continue to say it. It was wonderful. Thank you.
And if I can, understand, everybody's been coming up here and asking us to stop this. But the people that are going to stop this, that's you, okay? This has been a parent movement. There are people out here that have put their own money up to do forums. And there are a lot of reasons that we're doing these forums. Not only are we here to listen to you, but as you can see, we're live streaming this throughout the state. It gets shared throughout the state, and you're all acting as educators to educate other people, to get engaged, to get involved, to speak up, okay, and be part of this. Because the one thing I say at every forum that we go to, one voice in a crowd can be drowned out. Many voices in a crowd all saying the same thing at the same time cannot be ignored. Okay, so keep speaking, speak to your public officials, speak to everybody, speak to your neighbors, get them engaged, and let's get this put away. Thank you.